to the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic, some of the best tennis in the Midwest.
This is such an incredible event. I love the tennis, the apple turnovers, all the wonderful things about the event itself. But perhaps what I love most of all is the way that all of you, that everyone comes together to support kids with cancer and their families. For it is what you do in preparing for this tournament, hosting this tournament, and here on the court itself, with your sponsorship and your generosity that makes cancer research possible right here at Children's Minnesota and around the world.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 39th Annual Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic, brought to you by the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic Fund. The Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic consists of some of the best mixed doubles tennis players really throughout the U.S., mainly in the Midwest, competing for championships in several different divisions. I am Susan Rudd. I'm joined here by Dan Shannon, my former Pine Tree tennis partner. And today we'll be bringing you coverage of the Masters and the Open division right here on SCC TV.
The Pine Tree Apple Classic Fund is a nonprofit that organizes this tournament, and the Pine Tree Apple Fund was formed in 2018 to ensure the long-term sustainability of the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic and the targeted cancer research efforts locally and around the world. Their mission is to be a positive force in the health and well-being of children with childhood diseases and their families, providing funding, programming, and other events and activities to further research around childhood diseases.
You know, the financial support is so important, Dan. We know we've done some fundraising. Lots of the players here are doing fundraising. And that really is vital to the tournament because it really helps cancer specialists, not only here, but around the world, help with the healing of children and patients' whole body when receiving treatment at Children's Minnesota.
The event started in 1986 with Ron and Marianne Peterson when their 12-year-old daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. Their mission was to raise money to provide the medical professionals at Children's Minnesota the means and way to research while still being able to perform crucial efforts of treating children with cancer. At the time, there was no meaningful tumor registries, protocols for how many cancers with a high degree of success. The Petersons wanted to give back after receiving such great care for their daughter and contribute the fight towards the end of pediatric cancer. The Jacobson family of the Pine Tree Apple Orchard stepped up and provided the initial seed money to start the event, which raised $15,000 in 1986.
The amazing thing, though, Dan, is through the years, through our awesome sponsors that we'll get to later and the individual players, the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic has raised over $8 million for children's cancer research. And really just this year alone has raised just about $400,000.
The money goes to one, research for these cancers and rare tumors, and also to be able to do a lot of the therapies to help cancer patients go through their treatments, different physical therapies, different protocols, and it's just amazing all the impact that has occurred over the last 39 years.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you some idea of what's happening is the Children's Minnesota just keeps growing. Just recently, there's been an announcement that there is a new partnership with Children's Minnesota leading into the 40th anniversary. There is a hematology, oncology, point of care, survivor research endowment fund that really helps support patients and families through this whole process from the beginning of their journey, really through their treatment. So it's really vital that we continue to grow both on the treatment and support for families.
Well, and the Pine Tree Tournament has also allowed this program to have an endowed chair at children's hospitals and clinics, and that's Dr. Chris Ann Schultz. It's the largest pediatric cancer and blood disorders program in the Midwest, and they really care for children all over the world. Both Sue and I were on the advisory committee for years, and we would have monthly meetings, and we would hear stories literally of people from all over the country that are being impacted by the funds raised by this tournament.
And Dan, I want to kind of marry here the tournament with the fundraising and everything that we're doing for pediatric cancer research. You know, some of the top fundraisers here, we've got Marla Meny, come on, $24,000 this year alone. Top fundraiser.
Just amazing.
Lives in the area, coaches in the area, but just an amazing effort, Dan.
Yeah, when you think of the first year, the tournament raised a total of $15,000. Now there were three players who raised more than $15,000 just by themselves. And that includes Marla, as Sue mentioned. Josh Latour raised $21,000 playing in the junior event, which didn't even take place until just a few years ago. Hall of Fame player, 7-time champion Kevin Werley, who is also on the Pine Tree Fund board, raised $18,000. Elizabeth Walker raised $13,900, and she also won a new event on Friday night, the casino poker party.
Really?
She won 80,000 chips, and Joshua Latour was second with 63.
Okay, a junior.
To be fair, she is a professional poker player.
Right,
so I think there's
a
some
junior
there's some
in the
unfair
casino
things there.
night.
Correct.
At this time, we are going to have an award ceremony for two of the fights in the junior Pine Tree tournament. If you would direct your attention to court number 1, we'll get the ceremony underway shortly.
Okay, and we'll just finish up. Number 5 was Tobias Vernet, who raised over $10,000.
Who will be seeing today?
Yeah, he'll be playing in the open final. Imke Reiners, who flew all the way from New York to play in this event, raised almost $10,000, which is amazing.
Doesn't even live in the Twin Cities, but has been a part of this tournament for, I don't know, what do you think, Dan, a decade?
At least a decade.
Fantastic support from all over the country.
4-time champion, but she comes back and she raises a really great amount of money for that. Megan Donnelly, part of the Donnelly family, who will be recognized today as going into the Pine Tree Hall of Fame, raised about $8,000, and Jack Allenby also raised almost $8,000. He graduated from Montevideo High School.
Ladies and
and is
gentlemen,
leaving
if we
to
can
attend
direct your attention
Georgia
to
Tech.
court number 1.
And we'll
At
take
this
you to
time,
the
we'd
award
like to
ceremony
recognize
on court
our
number 1.
finalists and champions in the 13 and under division and the 17 and under division for the junior Pine Tree event. Our champions in the 13 and under division with a 6-4, 4-6, 10-5 victory in a third set tiebreaker. Let's give it up for Sophia Livingston and Joshua Latour. In the 17 and under division, another classic matchup in the finals. 6-3, 2-6, and then it went 10-8 in the third set tiebreaker. Our runners-up, let's give it a warm welcome and applause for Maddie Larson and Oliver Walseth. And our champions in the 17 and under division, Keely Ryder and Caleb Kennel. As always, folks, we want you to be sure to stop by the concessions and merchandise tents. Also, be sure to visit our online silent auction. Bidding goes through today at 3 p.m. Some incredible items still available. Go visit the tables just inside the lobby. The Masters Final, the Grand Masters Final. The 15 and under Junior Pine Tree and 11 and under Junior Pine Tree finals will be coming up shortly.
Well, we're just about ready to have the players take the court for the Masters and Grand Masters finals. We will be presenting you the Masters finals. The tournament this year has been just amazing, Sue. There have been so many great matches. There have been so many upsets. We had the #1 seed in the open draw lose in the second round. We had the #1 seed in the Grandmasters lose in the first round. We had the #2 seed in the Masters lose in the second round. The #4 seed in the Masters lost in the first round. It's just been such great tennis.
What do you think that is, Dan? Is that the depth of tennis now? Is it, new, young people coming in from college? What do you think, Dan Shannon?
It shows you just how even playing is now in so many matches. It's come down to a few points, and it's almost like the Pro Tour, where obviously you have a team like Jackie and Tim who are going to be playing in the Masters finals, who are always going to be there. But other than that, any given day, the quality of play up and down the draw, you really have to come on the court and be ready to perform.
Dan,
and at any time, you can win or lose.
I don't mean to cut you off there, Dan.
Yep.
What are we thinking about this? Maybe we can talk a little bit about this third set tiebreak. Do you like it? Who plays it? Tell us about it.
The tournament for the past few years, all the draws have been the best of 3 sets, and if you split sets, instead of playing a full third set, you play a third set super tiebreaker, which is first team to 10. And one of the reasons they did that was just one for scheduling. It just is really hard sometimes to get matches to finish on time, and without playing a third set, it's just much easier.
And
for example, we just had a semifinal match in the Open that just finished their third set tiebreaker. If they played their full third set, we wouldn't be able to start for probably another at least 40 minutes. So from a scheduling standpoint, it does that. You see that in the Grand Slams now in their final sets at every Grand Slam. They don't play it out like they used to. Each one does it differently, but it just kind of keeps things going, and there is a finish line.
But Dan, I just want to tie in this idea of the tiebreak for the third set, this 10-point tiebreak. How significant is that in some of these upsets that you're talking about?
There have been some times, for example, the #1 seeds in the open draw, they lost the third set tiebreaker 10-6. They won the first set 6-1, lost a close second set, and when you go to a 10-point tiebreaker, it's like, boom. Same happened with the Masters draw. A couple of matches went to a third set tiebreaker, and it's just kind of, when that happens, it's just kind of whoever happens to, get an early lead. The semifinals in the Grandmasters yesterday, same thing. It was a close team that won the first set, lost the second set, and then the next thing you know, they're down a couple points in the tiebreaker, and it ends up being 10-7. So it's just amazing.
It keeps the excitement out here.
Exactly.
We just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, if you can split sets, really, anybody could win it.
Exactly.
It's not too late to come out.
Exactly.
We're right here. Where are we, Dan Shannon? We're at White Bear Lake, lifetime.
Exactly.
It is not too late to get out here. It's a beautiful day. We have lots of stands out here. There's shade. There's a concession stand. Come out here, get a brat.
Food.
Get an apple fritter from Jacobson's apple orchard.
They have
Come
beer
on out.
tap. They have wine. Perfect. We'll let you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the
We will turn you over to Dave on the
Oh, I'm sorry.
PA
Yes.
system.
39th annual. We will be introducing our courts shortly. In case you missed it on Friday night, we would like to extend our congratulations to the Donnelly family of Duluth, Minnesota, on their induction into the Pine Tree Hall of Fame. The Donnellys have been involved with Pine Tree for more than 20 years. Eric, Megan, Ann, and Kristen have all played in more than 40 tournaments between them. Eric and Megan have been part of 7 championships, and both have walked away with sportsmanship awards. And now Megan and Kristen are passing the Pine Tree tradition on to the next generation. 4 of their children played in the junior Pine Tree event this year. Congratulations to the Donnelly family. As always, we want to be sure to recognize our sponsors, our event sponsors. Special thank you to Dr. John Kretzmeyer and Barb Jacobson, and Dentistry for the Entire Family, Kevin and Polly Hart, Jackie and Jeff Mudge, and the Sial Foundation. Our presenting sponsors, we'd like to recognize longtime presenting sponsors, Birch Lake Dental and USTA Northern. Gold and Delicious sponsors include D. Gaddert, Jim Dorsey, Kraus Anderson, Lanchava Collection Wines, Lakeshore Dentistry, Highland Bank, SCC TV, and Royal Credit Union. And of course, we always want to take a moment to recognize what this is all about. Pine Tree established the International PPB Registry, a global research program based here in Minnesota, and is now used in over 60 countries. In the lobby on the way in, there's an opportunity to take a look at a few of our honored patients and their amazing stories. Damon, Brighton, and our honored angel, Macy. As well, if you have a child that is in ages 3 through 17, there's a research study that is happening right here at Pine Tree this year. Dr. Lynn Tanner is inside. She'll give you all the information you need. At this time, we would like to take a minute to introduce to you our courts. On court number 1, in our Masters Final division, we have the 2-time defending Masters champions, Jackie Sperling Hosseini and Tim Burke. Jackie played at the University of Minnesota. She's won national father and daughter grass court championships and 2 national mother-daughter indoor championships. Tim also is a veteran of the University of Minnesota. And be sure to join us after this round of matches for our newest Pine Tree fundraiser, the Bye Bye Beard fundraiser. Celebrity beauty school dropout Nate Tresvin will supervise the shaving of Tim's beard. Their opponents today are the team of Sierra Krebsbach and Chris Arena. Sierra is playing in her 5th Pine Tree. She went to Mounds View High School, and they advanced to the state finals 3 times in her career. She played at Gustavus, where she was a 4-time MIAC champion and a 3-time All-American. Her partner, Chris Arena, comes to us from Salt Lake City, Utah, and he is playing in his 1st Pine Tree. He played college tennis at Northern Arizona University. The 2 met being paired as a mixed doubles team in a USGA event. And last Saturday, they made that permanent. They got married. Happy Pine Tree honeymoon to Sierra and Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, the Masters Final. On court number 2, We have the team of Linnea Benson and Doug Matuska. Linnea is playing in her 5th pine tree. She attended the greatest school of higher learning in the nation, Luther College. She is a Division III All-American in doubles. She's a member of the Luther Athletics Hall of Fame. She's played in multiple USTA adult leagues and currently is coaching at Washburn High School. And she vacations on the most beautiful lake in Wisconsin. Her partner, Doug Matuska, hails to us from St. Paul and is playing in his 5th pine tree and claims he started playing in the days of wooden rackets. Their opponents today are the team of Leslie Gale and Brian Beaver. Leslie and Brian are 3-time Grandmaster champions. Leslie is playing in her 7th pine tree. She played tennis at Irondale High School and at Carleton College, where she became a 3-time All-American and the recognition of being a Carleton C Club Hall of Fame member. Brian is playing in his 14th pine tree. He coached tennis at Mounds Park Academy Nova and Parker Law to the state championships in 2019. He's a proud veteran of the Lake Hubert Tennis Camp teaching staff and was a 9-0 55 and over USTA League national champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grandmaster Finals. On court number 3, we have the Junior Pine Tree 15 and Under Championship. We have the team of Lucky Salvakumar and Varan Tanjetti. Lucky is going to 10th grade at Eden Prairie High School. Her favorite tennis player is Iga Swiatek, and she loves to run. Her partner Varan is also going to be a 10th grader at Eden Prairie. He plays soccer, and he played in the state tournament this past year. His favorite player, Roger Federer. Their opponents today are the team of Olivia McDonald and Santi Sanchez. Olivia is going to be a 10th grader at Washburn High School, where she played first singles and this past year. She was also a runner-up at the Junior Pine Tree last year. Her partner, Santi, will be a 10th grader at Edina High School. He started playing tennis in Mexico. He plays basketball and soccer as well, and has played 2 seasons on the Edina varsity squad. Ladies and gentlemen, the 15 and under finals. And on court number 4, we have the 11 and under finals. We have the team of Natan Baleki and Vera Schlagowski. Vera is going to be a 6th grader in Lakeville. Her favorite player is Roger Federer. She's an avid horseback rider and loves apple donuts. Natan is going to be a 6th grader at Ogabeam Classical Academy in Plymouth. His favorite player is Carlos Alcaraz. He also plays soccer, and when he's bored, piano. Their opponents today are the team of Parker Deppa and Bodie Miller. Bodie will be a 4th grader at Concord School in Edina. He plays 3rd place in the Woodhill Classic with Chris Kuna as his coach. His favorite players are Ben Shelton, Tiafo, and Carlos Alcaraz. He also plays hockey and soccer. Parker will be a 3rd grader at St. Therese in Deep Haven. Her favorite player is Novak Djokovic, and she's played tennis internationally in Spain and France, and is a big Timberwolves fan, with Anthony Edwards her favorite player. Ladies and gentlemen, the 11 and under finals.
Okay. Well, I think Pine Tree is a great event, and we've got a great announcer in Dave. He just does a great job with the intros, and he should be on radio. I really think that. So that's just wonderful. Okay. And lastly, I'd like to thank Rachel Latour and Sarah Hong for really making the junior tournament what it's grown into, which is just amazing. Not only is the tennis just phenomenal, but the juniors raised over $40,000 this year just with an event. So all that money goes directly back to the kids, which is just wonderful. So we're just about ready to start the Masters final. Just to review, we have Sierra and Chris, the newly married couple, and I think anyone out there who's played with their spouse knows that it can have some challenges. Lots of spouses can play together well. I think that's about what I'm guessing is about 20%. Usually 80% of couples tend not to play with each other. So in watching their matches so far, they just seem to click, and that's just great.
Why
to
wouldn't
watch.
you honeymoon here at the Pine Tree Tennis Classic, Dan?
Oh, with all the apple turnovers
Love
and
it.
stuff, my God.
Right. What else can you want?
Exactly, just amazing. And Chris has just been fun to watch. But when I found out he was from Northern Arizona, I changed my mind. That was an old college rivalry that we had when I went to school. But he just seems like such a nice guy and such a great player. It's just we're so lucky that they met and he's playing in the event this year.
I wish you could kind of get an idea of the entire community here. I mean, this is just a great place. We have lots of players, former players, a lot of people that play at the various clubs watching their favorite players. As I mentioned before, great food, great drink. Just almost everyone in the tennis community here comes out at some point Thursday through Sunday. And it's not too late. Come on out. White Bear Lake, it's lifetime.
Absolutely. I mean, I think just from a food standpoint, there's been 216 brats eaten
Stop
this
it,
weekend.
Dan Shannon. It's a lot of brats. It's a lot of people eating brats.
That's a lot
We're
of
not
brats.
even in Wisconsin. We're in Minnesota.
Absolutely.
Where's the lefse?
Absolutely. Only to be topped by 400 beers to go with those brats.
That sounds more like Minnesota, but also like Wisconsin.
Exactly. On this side of the court, we have Tim and Jackie, two-time defending champions. Just, someone's asked me, well, how would you play them? And I just say, well, usually you try to expose their weakness. And then after watching them play, the last few years and this tournament, it's kind of pick your poison. It's almost like you have to play about an A to an A+ match and hopefully maybe just take advantage of the ends because they're just so strong, so solid. They play such great offense, and they even play better defense. They might be the best defensive team I've seen play in Pine Tree in my 28 years of being involved with the event. So they're just really hard to beat. Chris and Sierra have been playing great. They were the team that upset the number 2 seeds earlier in the event in an amazing match. So if there's a team that could possibly pull a win off against Jackie and Tim, I think they're that team.
Speaking of playing defense, thank you, Tim Burke, for additional fundraising, which Ken Seakosh, another player, created a fundraising page which raised over $2,000 for Tim to shave his beard. We can see that's a pretty full beard. That's going to be quite a task.
That's going to be something. I hope they just trim it, and then they get the wax and wax off the last part of it. I think Clay did that a couple years ago.
I think Clay did.
They let
Another local tennis pro did have his chest hair waxed off. I'm not sure they got the whole chest done or just one strip.
No.
I think Clay almost started crying, or did start crying.
He did start
after
crying.
that first strip. So hopefully things will go well for Tim both in the match and in the beard shaving.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that, Tim.
Well, we're just about to start, and just a reminder, again, this is all for the kids. And Sue, where can people go online if they have a favorite player, sponsor that player? If they just want to sponsor the event, just any and all donations are appreciated and go directly to kids and their families who fight cancer.
You can look up Pine Tree Tennis, or you can go to the actual website, www.ptact.org.
That's actually PTACF.
Sorry
Unfortunately,
about that.
No,
Let me get my readers out, Dan.
Yeah, well, it used to be that, but that web page was taken, so they added the F, which is the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Fund. So
Just make sure you're paying attention, Dan. Well done. Well done. They're starting.
we are just about to start. Tim Berg will be the first server. Love. Now, Tim is one of the best 45 and over players in the entire country. Oh, great point.
Aggressive volley by Jackie. Always nice for Tim to know his partner can put pressure on at the net.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Take some pressure off him. No
That's a
pressure
good
on her
serve.
at that point.
Well, that's where you can see Tim has recently been the national 45 and over singles champion just this year. I believe he lost in the doubles finals. So he's not perfect, but pretty darn good.
But probably got a gold ball, which is one of the most coveted awards that any player can get in the
Absolutely.
United States Tennis Association.
Kind of a routine first game. You saw a lot of first serves in by Tim. And again, it's the first time that Chris and Sierra have been in the finals, and you know, it's going to take them a few games to maybe get into the match. So,
And Dan, kind of interesting. You know, we saw him getting his first serve in, even though he seemed to be taking a little bit off, kind of just spinning it in.
correct. So it's just kind of, you know, sometimes it's when you're starting a match, you want to start out solid. You might, and you also might not want to show your better serves early in a match. So I think 3 of his first serves he kind of spun in. He did hit that ace against Sierra. When he was ahead 30 love, when there wasn't a lot of risk if he happened to miss the first serve. So,
But just to reiterate the importance of getting the first serve in.
you know, my dad once told me you can't double fault if you get your first serve in. It's amazing. Okay, Chris Arena to serve. Oh, good point. Love 15. Really good body serve there. Another good first serve by Chris. The one thing he knows with Chris and Sierra, you know, they talk between points, slap hands, talk about what they're doing. Where you saw Tim and Jackie, they gave hand signals, you know, where's the serve going, where's the net player going to go. Oh, now they're doing signals. There.
And interesting, Jackie is staying back with Tim. A little different kind of format.
Yeah, that's what they do so well. That's their typical formation, especially on first serve returns.
Well, you were talking earlier about them being really one of the best defensive teams. Crafty, lobs, touch shots.
Yeah, defend a lot of space. You can cover the court a lot more efficiently at the baseline when you're not in control of the point. And they make you, earn the point 2 and 3 times often. First break point of the match.
Interesting there that Chris went to Tim at the net. Interesting choice. Generally, you
Yeah.
want to keep the ball away from the net person, making sure Tim's awake.
Correct. And Tim can be aggressive at times, but he stays home a lot too. So it's hard to know when to attack him and when not to.
Good point.
That's the Pine Tree sportsmanship right there. There's a delay between serves. He gave him a first serve. That's the first break of the match.
Good play by Tim. Again, like you said, he can be aggressive and show up at any point.
Yep.
Didn't let that bounce, didn't let that drop. Nice play by Tim Burke.
Yep. And just remembering last year when they played in the finals and they played Marla and Mickey Mall, and that first set lasted 50 minutes, and I bet Tim put 3 miles on his body, all the balls he was running down.
Yep.
And he kind of just really wore down Marlon and Mickey with his defense.
Yep. Jackie's equally as scrappy.
Oh, yeah.
You'll see Tim, get
Right
to
there.
that ball. Good example, he's all over
Yep.
the court.
Yep. Transition from defense to offense.
Moves like a guy in the open division. Look at that.
Yeah, it's not,
Great get.
it's not fair. It's one of the reasons I don't like him. He might age someday. Nice return.
Rare unforced error there. Don't see a lot of unforced errors here.
No, not at all.
Knowing Jackie, very mentally tough, she'll bounce right back.
Oh, yeah. Boy, what a nice serve. Nice overhead. They've changed the I formation to take away the cross-court return. And like most teams, they go back to regular formation for second to serve.
Jackie's having a little trouble with the sun over there, I think, Dan.
Yeah.
Wind's not much of a factor today, but definitely sun.
Yep.
So come on out, beautiful day.
Absolutely.
Lifetime, White Bear. Coming out, watch some tennis, have a brat.
Stop by and say hi to Sue.
Yeah, oh, and Dan.
No, just Sue. Yeah, when you look at their shadows on the court, the sun is right there. Probably a little bit more on the ad side today on that end, but
Brings up an interesting point, Dan. I mean, how much is fitness? How much does fitness come into this? It's been hot all week. We're looking at 95.
yeah, it can. I think for it may be a little bit more of an issue as you get a little bit older, like the Grandmasters tournament, which is people over 50. I think adding the third set tiebreaker for the Masters and the Open, it's minimal.
Because it is hot out there.
Yep. And the way they space out the matches, so the Masters played on Thursday night, and they played an early match on Saturday, and then a second match yesterday afternoon. So there's good recovery time, so we'll go from there.
Speaking of recovery, just really want to give the focus not a little bit off the tennis playing right now, and just really want to emphasize that this tournament and the Pine Tree Apple Classic Fund have really helped establish not only a local PPB registry, which is the most common lung cancer for children, but it's international. Dan, as you know, there's a global research program here right in Minnesota, used in over 40 countries. So just really want to thank all the work that's been done to really help children throughout the world.
And it does make a difference. Some of the research they do, you end up finding mutations that also lead to cures for other cancers. For example, part of their research ended up finding that there's a connection with the gene with ovarian and testicular cancer. And so, the focus has been helping, youth cancer, but like with all research, they find out it can help adults also with some, really devastating cancers. As anyone who's known someone with ovarian cancer, they've really made strides with that. Okay, Sierra Kreshbach to serve. So notice how Jackie's aggressive lob, which is considered more of a defensive play, turns into an offensive situation for Tim.
I mean, Dan, that's a great point. I mean, sometimes I think people are hesitant to use a lob. They think that lobbing is pushing, it's defensive. But no, it can be used as an offensive weapon. I think that's important to point out.
Yep, absolutely.
Dan Shannon, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good return. And again, I think one thing you'll notice when you're an effective lobber, you're not hitting it high in the air. So you're hitting it more between a window of 10 to 14 feet in the air. So, Jackie's lob, that last point, wasn't super high, so Chris couldn't get back into an overhead. So he had to defer. Love 40.
Now, interesting, Dan, both of those returns on the ad side from Tim, good, solid returns, nothing
Yep.
fancy, yet makes them play the ball and elicits an error.
Correct, and a lot of tennis players are trained to targets. So also when they play two back like that, what's your target? And
Good
sometimes
point.
it just leads to a little indecision. Where do I want to hit it? Also notice that Tim went right at Sierra. So it lets her create her own footwork while then making a decision on where to hit it. So it's
just make them hit the ball.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
doesn't.
get the return and play,
It doesn't look flashy, but
gets the job done.
it can be highly
I
effective.
hate to fill in your sentences, Dan, but we did play Pine Tree. How many years did we play Pine Tree together?
You said too many, but it was 8 years
I
we played
enjoyed
together.
8 years. So I feel like I can finish some of your sentences.
You
I finished some
absolutely
of your points.
That's,
Some.
That's why
Few.
we had success. That was a nice return by Sierra. I think that's one thing you'll note there. That ball bounced just barely in front of Tim's feet. Sometimes hitting it with a little less pace, letting it drop before it gets to your opponent makes it a more challenging shot.
Again, spin serve.
Spin serve into the
Getting
body.
the first serve in play.
Nice serve. Changed the serve location from the previous point. That's one thing, you know, a player of Tim's caliber does. It's like, oh, she had a really good return when I hit this serve, so I'm going to do this instead. And again, little adjustments.
And great awareness that he has of, hey, here's what happened. I remember what happened. I'm going to adjust. Just being aware of what's happening is important.
30-15. Good point. I think another reason you're seeing people stay back a little bit more is with the technology, with the new rackets, new synthetic strings, the amount of spin they can put on the ball, that if you don't come in behind something pretty darn good, sometimes it's challenging to be effective.
It's good. You hear Jackie there helping Tim out, saying no, don't hit. Just effective communication.
Yep. Okay, that's 5-0 for Tim and Jackie to start the match. But again, that's one of the things about tennis. I'm sure Chris and Sierra are saying, okay, it's one set, and as much as you're like, okay, we're not doing well yet. If you can gain a little momentum, maybe hold serve. Again, the second set starts 0-0, so you just keep going. We had a good friend of ours last night. They were down 5-1 in the set, and they came back all the way to 5-5. And you know, you just never know what a low momentum does. So.
And we talked about that breaker.
Yeah.
You know, hey, you got one set, and then it's anybody's match.
Yeah, and it seems like often, I wouldn't say every time, but it seems like when I look at matches, oftentimes the team that wins the second set ends up losing the tiebreaker. You know, you start out and you might get a little bit behind, and it's like, oh god, we won that set 6-4, and now we're down 3-2 in a tiebreaker, and we thought we had momentum, and it's just what did Yogi Berra say? The mental game is 90% in your head. So, you know, sometimes when you don't have it, but all of a sudden when you get it, it can just flip around. So I'm sure both Chris and Sierra played enough tennis where they know that they can get a little momentum and go, and they can get back, you know, maybe not in the set, but they can definitely get matched and start the second set strong.
Again, another great lob by Jackie.
Yep.
Setting up a defensive shot. Tough overhead there for Sierra.
Yep. It's
keeps them guessing.
absolutely.
Is she going to drive? Is she going to lob? A little bit worried about closing in too quickly.
Exactly. And again, with the two back, you know, what target are you volleying to? And if you're a little hesitant, that's a really smart play by Chris. I think they're starting to figure out maybe a couple things to try to maybe get Jackie and Tim off their game, because they're not on their game right now. So they have to use some experience and some different tactics to get this match turned around. Oh, That's too bad. Good play.
All right, they're getting some good looks at the ball, though. They're getting some good looks there.
Just a little bit. Just a little. You're fine, just a little bit.
I mean, what a fantastic shot. I
Yeah.
mean, he hit a great low approach shot, and boy, Tim was just able to keep that low, forced him to hit a low volley. Tough ball.
Yep, it's just,
Wow.
again, not to quote my father again, but it's not who plays a better strategy, it's who plays their strategy better. And right now, Jackie and Tim are playing their strategy just about perfectly. Wow, that's a really nice point. Again, that's what I kind of talked about at the beginning before the match. You have to play, you can't play your A- game against Jackie and Tim. You got to be spot on.
You know, but like you're saying, Dan, I mean, they're both quick. They're both scrappy. They can play offense, defense. It puts a lot of pressure on you. You try to hit the ball too well.
Oh, absolutely. Oh. Okay.
It's unfortunate.
Yep, that's the first
Great
set.
move.
But again, even though that was 6-0, you know, I think they can kind of look at the way they played that last game. You know, they had 2 of the points they ended up not winning. You know, they had control of. So.
While we have a little break here, you know, this is just so much work to put on. As Dan mentioned, there's a committee that meets all year long. And we just really want to thank Lisa Machette, the PTACF event coordinator. It just takes a lot of time, not only these couple days, but really all year to set it up. The Lifetime's general manager, Arcia Hedstrom, the tennis manager of Lifetime, Matt Narr, Mike Yates, also with White Bear Lifetime. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and with that, the whole sponsors, you know, the people, you know, who start out, you know, usually in November, they start donating money already. The founding sponsor family of the Petersons, the Jacobson and the Pine Tree Apple Orchard. Not only do they put the time and the money into the event, boy, the time and energy and the passion that they put into this event is just unbelievable. So the way to help Pine Tree also is to, you know, visit our sponsors, including, you know, the Jacobson Pine Tree Apple Orchard, and their products are amazing. So you'll get some great food too. And lastly, in this portion, the site sponsor, Lifetime Fitness, especially Lifetime White Bear, and as Sue mentioned, Matt Narr, the pro here. You know, they do a lot to allow Pine Tree to play at this great venue, to allow us to bring in bleachers, have the food tent, change their programming at this time. So they're also sacrificing some revenues along with allowing us to do it. So thank you to Lifetime Fitness and the White Bear Club. Okay, second set. Tim Burkle starts serving. He'll be serving into the sun just this set. Well, yep. I think that was their third error of the match.
I would believe it.
That's a pretty good ratio, and that
And it
missed
wasn't
by
by
about
much.
And it missed by 2 inches.
Yeah.
Oh. So it's the first time they've been in a little bit of a hole. Got a nice offensive lob by Chris there. Notice how that wasn't really high in the air, so it made it tough to Jackie to hit an aggressive shot.
Interesting, Dan, you're seeing maybe Chris and Sierra. You saw Chris drop shot earlier.
Yep.
You know, like you said, a couple lobs. Maybe mixing it up a little more. We'll see.
Yep. It's just, and again, momentum. You know, Tim's been pretty spot on serve, and he happens to throw in a double fault at left 30, and, you know, we'll see how this kind of plays out. And again, it is a lot different when you get used to serving into the sun, or serving into the sun from the opposite side. Oh. Nice point.
Nice idea. Again, like
Yep.
you said, trying to dip that ball low, forcing the volleyer to hit up to you.
Yep. And knows how Chris isn't returning and coming in to start out this set also. So he's just changing Tim's targets a little bit. Okay, 15-40. Oh, just barely missed that lob. 2 break points saved. I think the other thing you're seeing here is also he's trying to put a lot more spin on his serve. You know, like we mentioned before, that sun, there's a cloud now, so they might be able to try to go a little bit more, but he's trying to make sure he gets that first serve in. Oh, dodged the bullet there.
Kind of what we're talking about, Dan. You know, just getting a good, consistent making
Yep.
it hit the ball. They're under pressure,
Yep,
but elected to go for a big shot.
yep. Okay, deuce.
She makes it look easy, doesn't she, Dan?
Yep. Just solid, simple, nice first serve. Nice simple volley.
Jackie's just so mentally tough. She does
yeah.
not make a lot of unforced errors. She just makes that look easy. As we
Yep.
both know, it's not that hard to miss some of those high volleys.
Exactly.
But that's why she's in the final.
Again.
Again, yeah.
So, nice job coming back from love 40 down.
Just such a mentally tough team. Confident,
Yeah.
smart.
And again, they put pressure on you. Maybe you feel like, boy, I have to hit a better shot than I
Exactly.
usually might.
Exactly.
'Cause
You know,
if
Dan, excuse me, Dan,
No,
go ahead.
Sue.
Again, finishing your point, as always.
Finish your
Here I
point.
am again. You know, just Dan was talking on the last changeover just about the fantastic community here at White Bear Lifetime. You know, it's such a community effort. It's not just White Bear. The whole community, the Twin Cities community, are behind a lot of the sponsorships. Dee Gaddard and Jim Dorsey, Kraus Anderson Construction Company, thank you, Lakeshore Family Dentistry, Royal Credit Union, La Chava Collection, Highland Bank. Who else, Dan?
Well, there's the big sponsors. Oh, we're about to start here.
All right, we'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that.
On the next break.
Oop,
Very
wait a second
important.
here.
Community effort. You got to love it.
Absolutely.
Everybody's out here too, watching, sharing, eating, talking. Come on out. The open final is to come. Great
yeah.
tennis ahead.
Oh, that's going to be a
Come
fun
on out
one,
here.
too. That's going to be a fun one, too. nice body serve.
But Jackie made him hit it. You know, made them win the point.
Exactly.
Get it back in play.
And again, I think maybe that might be a tactic to keep going back at for Chris and Sierra, is when you're playing a team that likes to move well, take that away by going right at them. Like that.
Like that, yeah.
Right
Good
at
thinking, Dan.
So there's been 3 balls they've hit this game, and they've all been right at Jackie or Tim.
Good point, Dan.
Movers like to move. Take away their strength.
Great coach, Dan Shannon. Dan Shannon, how many years did you coach?
Most of my students said too many.
Not me.
Yep, another body serve.
I didn't say that. I want to be clear.
No, I started teaching when I was 13 in the summers. And then after college, I coached for about 30 out of 34 years.
Yeah, great coach here in the Twin Cities. Great college player, inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh. 40-15.
What?
Another nice body on second serve. Okay, they're on the board now. And again, a good start to the set. You know, you get 3 break points on Tim's serve, and you happen not to convert. Then you come back and you play a really, really solid serving game. So, again, I think we have a match. Good swing, just a little unlucky. Although I think Tim might have had that.
Tim was there. It's just like a little water bug on the court. He just
exactly.
Ooh.
That was a good return. See.
Very close to a spectator there.
Okay, 15-0. Shot.
And you know, if you just can isolate, you know, watching Tim at net, he's constantly looking, putting pressure on where he can poach.
Exactly.
Puts a lot of pressure there on that baseline person.
And that's one of the things you see with their formations. You don't see them up at the net other than on Tim's serve very often.
Mm-hmm.
So knowing Jackie's back there gives him the freedom to kind of be aggressive, knowing that if he chooses to poach, Jackie's going to have his back if they go behind him.
Good point.
You know,
they are not statues, Dan Shannon. They are both ready to move. Tim's looking to poach. Again, Jackie's there to cover. Constantly looking, anticipating, moving.
go into the ball.
So I left off at just what a great community this is and how much work and how much money it takes to really make this a success to help children. Dennis and Larry Rudkowski, as Dan mentioned, the help and the leadership by Dr. Chris Ann Schultz and Chris Schultz, Henjay Rental, Blue Heron Body Home, which makes great soaps. Jen Miller, she's a player, founder of the company. I use the soap, I love it. DJ, Wicked Karma, Noah Insurance Group. Just an amazing effort by everyone, Dan.
Yep, absolutely. And again, there's the sponsors, but also there's over 200 volunteers who donate over 1,000 hours to help put this tournament on.
That's amazing. 200 volunteers. Again, great local effort.
Exactly. We had a donor that gave $10 for every hour worked by this group of high school and college players for their volunteering, and that raised over $10,000 for local high school programs and $5,000 for Pine Tree. We had a group come from Brandon, South Dakota to volunteer this year, led by Claudia Schulten. Claudia was a patient at Children's 3 years ago after finding a tumor in her brain. And after the surgery and a long recovery, she is healthy and getting ready for her junior season at Brandon Valley High School. And to have that kid come over, or to have the kids come over from Brandon and support this program that helped a teammate win her battle with cancer is just amazing. And they also raised $2,000 for the event.
Just being here and learning about some of the families and children, and at the awards ceremony, meeting some of the families and children, you just realize how important this is.
Yeah, and it's just amazing. Okay, back to tennis. Sierra serving. I think this is going to be a really important game for Sierra and Chris.
Was lucky there. Chris wanted to get a racket on that.
Yep.
Just wasn't able to. Turned out well for them.
Yep. So if they can kind of hold her serve here. Oh, God. What a point.
Wow. Great hands there. Good athlete, Tim Burke.
Yeah. And again, it all started 4 shots ago when Jackie hit that great lob that landed on the baseline and pushed him back and allowed Tim to transition to offense. Sierra made a great get and forced Tim into an awkward situation, but just good stuff. Notice that was right at her. Again, creating your own footwork, especially late in the tournament when you've had some tough long matches. Okay. I was trying to lip read there to see what they were saying to each other. I think he said, "Honey, you're awesome." I think that's what I heard him say.
I'm pretty sure. Part of the honeymoon package they're getting here
Exactly.
in White Bear Lake this weekend.
Yep.
But that's good. They're mixing it up.
Yep.
Which is great, which is what they need to do. They need to do something different after
Yep.
that first set.
So 15-40. Okay, that was a and it just seems again, sometimes it comes down to a couple points. Look at I believe Jackie and Tim are 4 for 4 on break points this match.
Well, like your dad said, you can't double fault if you get your first serve in.
Exactly.
Once again,
And
Mr.
just-
Shannon.
And just taking advantage of opportunities. The one chance Chris and Sierra had a chance to break in a game, and they weren't able to do it. So, it's a combination of creating opportunities and converting.
Another great lob.
Oh, there's some cat and mouse going on. Oh, what a point. What a point.
A lot of change of offensive and defensive position there.
That's just best point of the day.
Great hands there by Sierra.
Yeah. Okay.
So just so you know, are you going to be saying it? Okay.
115. So I think sometimes you get into the idea that, well, we got to pick on the woman. And it puts a lot of pressure on you. You had to hit such a good shot against a player like Jackie that I think her presence is forcing him to make just a few errors he might not normally make.
Correct. Forced him to go into that small part of the court there instead of
Yep.
hitting back,
Yep.
where 75% was open or
Yep.
more, hitting back to 10 deep.
Yep.
But you're right, Dan. I think they're struggling to kind of figure out what to do exactly to kind of break this momentum.
I think that's been a trend for about 3 years now. People have played Jackie
Right.
and Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that court coverage.
And great execution.
Yep.
Great moving, great anticipation, great execution.
Yep.
Solid.
Yeah, I think they twice they thought they won that point, and
And Dan, it's not always about hitting a hard, fancy shot.
yep. Okay, 40-15. Oh, another body serve. Okay, that's 4-1 this set.
I just want to get back to a couple of the, really local sponsors here. Our event sponsors are the SYAL Foundation, Dentistry for the Entire Family, John Kretzmeyer and Barb Jacobson, thank you, Jackie and Jeff Mudge, Kevin and Polly Hart. I mean, wow, it just never ends. We have our presenting sponsors as well, Birch Lake Dental and USTA Northern. Just a fantastic effort by everyone involved.
Yeah, it is. It takes a village, and again, 39 years people have been coming together to, one, enjoy great tennis, but most importantly to really have a deep and lasting impact on children's cancer research, children's cancer therapies.
And again, throughout the world.
Throughout the world.
Not just here in the local community.
Yep. I think we can all agree that it doesn't matter what country the kid is from. If they've got cancer, we're trying to help you. And that's what makes the passion behind this event so amazing. You know, it got the two of us involved with it. A lot of people out there have had people close to them who've been touched by this. Sometimes until you have that experience, you're not as involved as maybe you could be. But once it happens, it just amps up the energy to try to really minimize, you know, children's cancer is there, it's going to be there, but to minimize its impact and to help families deal with it.
Exactly.
Okay. Chris is serving at 1-4. Okay, it's kind of another key game.
Be interesting if he continues to serve into the body. That seemed to be an effective serve for him last time.
Yep. Just seems boy, what a return by Tim, because that was a pretty dang good serve. You know, forces them to play another ball.
This team, they just don't make a lot of errors, Dan.
Yeah,
They just don't give you anything.
yeah, I think we're up to 4 for the match. And again, that's
Very few errors.
it's intimidating.
And like you said, it forces you to try some unbelievable shots because they just don't miss. Good defense, as Dan said. As Dan said, they know how to play defense. Let's go. Wow.
Unbelievable. Pretty amazing. And also notice Jackie and Tim rarely stand inside the baseline. And they play 2 back behind the baseline. Now, Sierra hit a pretty darn good volley there. It landed about 2 feet in, which is really deep, but Jackie's in such good position, she just takes it and applies pressure. It's just unbelievable. So Jackie serving 5-1. Okay, love 15. Again, that's air number 5. Or is that 6?
I think it's 5.
Either way, it's an obscenely low number. All. Still. Ooh.
Again, very rare.
Very rare.
Very rare to get a free unforced error point.
Yeah, and even though they're up, 6-0, 5-1, they're still signaling. They're still doing different formations.
Don't change a winning strategy, right?
Yeah, they're still very engaged. nice time going right at Tim that time versus trying to go away from him. Okay, 15-40. See how they do this time when they're down at break point. Oh. Okay, another break point. Try to get back in this match a little bit. Okay. Yeah, they were able to find a little chink in the armor. I mean, again, you don't see Tim make 3 volley errors in a game very often. But, we'll see if they can build on the momentum they just started.
So people in the Twin Cities community are aware of Children's Minnesota and all the wonderful things they do, but really amazing that they have been able to develop a nationally recognized model of not only treatment of childhood cancer, but also rehabilitation for childhood cancer patients. The center, the Cancer Center, is recognized not only nationally but internationally by some of our local experts. Lynn Tanner, a physical therapist, Laura Gilchrist, also a physical therapist and PhD, also a professor at St. Catherine University. Just really happy to have them involved.
Oh yeah, that was something that Pine Tree started focusing on about 10 to 15 years ago. Is they just saw the need for some of the therapies that the kids were going through and what impact it was having on their lives. So part of the funds that were being used were going towards the physical therapy and getting the kids moving again and finding ways to really minimize the impacts of some sometimes, as the old saying goes, sometimes the cure is worse than the illness. And they've done amazing work with improving, not only kids getting better, but the quality of their lives while they're going through the treatments. And that's where also Pine Tree's a little bit different. It's not just research, which is important, but it's also, helping the kids while they're going through those treatments.
Exactly. Exactly. So thank you, Lynn Tanner, Laura Gilchrist, and the rest of the teams that really help the children and the families.
Yep. Dr. Laura is one of my heroes, so she's earned all the reputation and she's gained and all the accolades. She's just amazing, the work she does.
And I believe she's out here working. She's at the food tent today, so it's not just on the committee and what she does helping the children, but she's out here in the warm weather helping in the food tent, handing out those beers and apple turnovers and brats, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely.
She does it all. Thank you, Dr. Laura.
I might go just embarrass her and ask for her autograph.
She does helping the children, but
a brat between matches. Okay, Sierra, up 30.
Again, great defense.
Yep.
Made him hit another ball.
Yep. And sometimes, players out there, if you're watching, that's one of the few times Jackie did not hit a very good lob. And she didn't quit on the point. Tim didn't quit on the point. She got back, was able to make him hit another ball. Tim still tried to make another ball. It's just, you know, stay in the present. No one ever tries to hit a bad lob, but your response to it is sometimes more important than the bad lob, and you can earn a lot of points that way with making them at second and third
and
balls.
that just puts pressure on you, right?
Yeah.
When you know your opponent's not going to give you a point and give up, it puts more pressure to hit a good shot.
Exactly.
You know they're going to hustle after it. You know they're going to get it back.
Exactly.
Gritty.
Okay, double match point. Okay, they saved one match point there. Let's see, it's just always match point number 2.
Look at them bouncing around, Dan.
Yep.
Both of them.
Oh. I think that's the first time all weekend I've seen them miss back-to-back serve returns. But again, they have the resiliency of, you know, if they happen to make a couple mistakes, they've proven that they just kind of put it behind them and go forward.
Such an important thing in sports,
Yep.
right? Is to be
Yep.
able to be resilient.
Yeah, maybe even life.
Maybe that
Maybe
too, Dan.
even life.
That too, Dan. Life is sport.
It sometimes it really is. It teaches you those lessons of, hey, you know, can't change the past. You can impact the future. Just keep plugging. Let's see if they can pull out this game and put pressure on Tim to have to serve it out. Second serve. Oh, wow. Okay. 5-3. Held off 2 match points.
Got a couple of uncharacteristic unforced errors there.
Exactly. Let's see how he's he had a
The
tough
honeymoon continues. I'm sorry.
The
go
honeymoon
ahead. The honeymoon
continues.
continues.
Exactly. Okay, Tim's had a tough serving game and an easy serving game this set, so we'll see. Sierra and Chris can get some balls in play and really make them. Oh, nice overhead. Team Love, again, they're staying with their I formation and signals. You don't see that formation in the Grand Masters very often because they can't get up after they go down. Really nice volleys there by Sierra.
Yeah.
15 all.
Dan, it just go.
Yeah, but
Please go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, that's just really the fun thing about tennis scoring system is it's just not, you got to win the last point, you got to win the last game. And again, momentum comes into play. You know, you have a double match point to, you know, win the match pretty handily, and now it's you know, they're thinking right now. And they know that, boy, they're not going to give it to us. We gotta win it.
You know, I was just going to say that, Dan. There were some unforced errors that just really weren't present in the first set. It just pays to stay in there.
Yep.
Get the ball in play, change some of your strategy, and see what happens.
Yep.
And it's worked out.
There's not a clock that can run out. You have to earn it.
Yeah.
Okay, 30 all. And we've all been there. We've all played enough matches where you just never know. And again, get back to your brain starts kicking in too much. I think Tim's asking if there should have been a let because the ball was beyond the court, but I don't know if he's still wondering what's going on. Well, let's see. Oh. Again.
Getting the ball in play, making them win. It's a real thing.
Okay, break point. They have another one here. And it's 5-4, just like that. That's and again, just being resilient. Balls in play. And again, make them beat you.
And this is great tennis. This is great
Yeah.
tennis. Come on out, join us. The Open final is going to be not right after this. There'll be a short break for
Yep.
the awards ceremony.
Yep, there'll be an award ceremony, a little program talking about the event that we do every year. It always, I always try to hydrate before that event because I tend to lose about 5 ounces of tears. Because when you see the families and the impact and how grateful they are, and also reminding us of the patients we've lost in the last year, as a reminder that the task isn't over.
And I think, sorry, Dan.
Nope.
I think we're all aware here, everyone. A lot of us have grown up playing tennis, coaching tennis, and wow, this is much bigger than any tennis tournament.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's this is the largest event of its kind in the country, by far. Sure, we had a big celeb on Thursday night playing in Lindsay Whalen, and what a treat that was. She played a great match. Her and her partner Clay came up just a little bit short, but for her to come out after her obviously Hall of Fame basketball career, to come back and play tennis, which she did in high school, and support this event, and she raised some really good money. It's just amazing. After all this time, it still keeps growing. And okay, it's almost now the pressure's back on Chris and Sierra. Okay, they fought their way back. Can we even this up?
Maybe talking about the tiebreaker at the very beginning is a little foreshadowing. Who knows, Dan?
Well, it's
we'll see.
Like there's still a long way to go. But
yes.
It's almost like they're not hitting their normal shots to Tim and Jackie. They're hitting a little bit off speed, a little bit more at them, and the lack of tempo the last 2 games. is the challenge that Jackie and Tim need to get their tempo back. And they're moving their feet, they're jumping around. You know, oh, what a great body serve.
Tim did well to get that back.
Oh, yeah.
Sierra did a great job just finishing the point. Makes
Yep.
it look easy again.
Yep.
It's not, as we all know, that are tennis players out there.
Okay, 30 love. Well, again, another kick body serve. Jackie tried to run around with her forehand and ended up right by her right shoulder and just it's just that the intangible of momentum is just something you just can't put your finger on. Second serve. Decisive volley.
Yeah.
Very decisive.
And it's a different phase of the match. I mean, closing
Yeah.
the match is a different kind of pressure,
Yep.
different kind of nerves, if there are nerves. Gotta be well versed in all those different parts of the match.
Exactly.
As Dan said, the clock is not going to run out.
No.
But the serve was, but the clock will not run out. The clock will not run out.
Got another kick body serve. Okay, so again, not to go back to the scoring system in tennis, but
to go back to it.
You know, you're down 6-0, 5-2, 5-1, and next thing you know, it's 5-all with momentum. Now the challenge is always, can you maintain momentum? Or what can Jackie and Tim do to get the momentum back? That's a good way to get momentum back. Hit a really quality first serve.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Good confidence booster.
Yep.
Good way to start the game.
Yep, having Tim up there kind of being
Hopping
active.
around. Yep.
Good point.
Again, clear communication. Got to talk to your partner.
Yes, you need it multiple times. I got it, I got it, I got it. Which is code is stay away from me. I'm going to hit a winner. Open, let's serve. But really good serving from Jackie here, taking her time. Getting good solid first serves. Well, they've had pretty good success on Sierra's serve, so they know they can put the pressure back on the other team with a good service hold. That barely missed.
And you can see, I mean, Jackie is very deliberate. She knows where she wants to serve the ball. She takes her time. She's not rushing. You can see she bounces the ball 3 times, it seems, each time. Same routine. We'll see. 1. Nope. 0. As I said.
That's a really good ball, deep right at Jackie again. Nice complimentary volley by Sierra.
All right, I would like to redeem myself here. Sierra bounced the ball 3 times.
That's 1, 2.
I don't know if
you
this
didn't
counts
say
as
when.
part of her. I didn't
you
say
didn't
when.
when she bounced it 3 times. She's hit some good body serves this game. We'll see if she keeps that going. Yep. So that's a really nice effective body serve to Sierra's backhand. And as a player, you know, when you turn your body to hit that backhand, you can't see the net player poach. And so Tim took advantage of that, took 1 step over, and just hit a really nice finishing volley. That was a really good game from Jackie and Tim as a response to, you know, maybe in your mind, as we all do, you think the match is kind of over. Your opponent's made a nice response, and you've got to answer that.
And that was important, being able to stop that 5-1, 5-2 comeback.
Yep.
By holding there.
And again, if you come out, I think for the Open, there's only 1 match left. But for people listening out there, and you're here, you know, you're seeing good tennis on court 2 with the Grandmasters finals. Renee Benson and Doug Matuska playing Brian Beaver and Leslie Gale, who've won it 3 years. And they're having a battle there too. There was 2 really, really high quality junior matches being played that just finished. So it's not just the Masters finals that you're seeing on TV. You see a lot of people sitting between the courts so they can watch all the action. So we got Sarah coming out to serve. We'll see if they can put a really good serving game together. Really try to get this match to a 2nd set tiebreaker. Oh, boy, that's a nice offensive lob. You know, that's what I'm talking about, the height of it. We call that in the business a sucker lob. It almost suckers you into trying to hit an overhead. And it's really hard to hit an effective overhead, and more often than not, you're going to, you know, force an error. And when you realize, if you watch the stats of tennis matches, many times, over 70% of the points end with an error.
Wow,
And especially more in singles than doubles. But a nice comeback by Chris after missing that overhead to play a really, really good aggressive net point.
Again, great moving, anticipation.
Yep. Okay. 15-all. Oh.
Another great lob to
Yep.
set up her partner. Again, lobs can be offensive.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think again,
Yep.
people out there who are, you know, at the 3-0, 3-5, 4-0, even 4-5 level, if you're lobbing to be aggressive, it's an aggressive tactic. It takes away the ability of the net player to be aggressive. You know, it pushes them back a little bit, and just it can create some opportunities. And there it is again. Okay, another couple match points. See if they can just get this first one. I think Jackie and Tim want to finish it right now. Boy, that's... Oh. Game, set, match for the third year in a row. Tim and Jackie. 6-0, 7-5. Just, again, as we talk about, good resilience by Sierra and Chris, and then Jackie and Tim just kind of tightened things up a little bit and played a really good last couple games. Weren't trying to hit out quite as much. If you saw that last return game, you know, I think they lobbed, you know, at least 2, if not 3 of the points, and then took advantage of those opportunities.
And great resiliency after the first set. You know,
Yep.
really grinding and coming back, Sierra and Chris. So a lot of kudos to them.
Yep. And again, we get just a little match update from the Grand Masters. A very similar match. Doug Matuska and Linnea won the first set, I believe, 6-2. They were up 4-1 in the second set. And right now, they are down 5-4. So again, Brian and Leslie didn't give up. They kept in there. And now they're up 30 love on Doug's serve to maybe take that to a third set tiebreaker. So again, it's Masters level, it's Grandmasters level. It's you know, it's getting over the finish line.
So stay with us. There's still more tennis to come.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got the Open Division coming up. Should be a great match. There's been a lot of great tennis here, but certainly in the Open Division. As Dan said, there have been some upsets there as well.
Yep.
Oh, well, we got one. All right. Thank you.
And we've got a young team of Chase Johnson and Sonia Doss playing a more veteran team of Tobias Barnett and Thule Wilkins. It's their first year playing together. So, again, Chase was a All-American Division III player at Gustavus.
Okay.
Sonia,
That we had when I went to school.
playing
That
at
ball.
junior college
Good
player.
example. He's
Thule also was a great high school player.
It's minimal. Yep.
And the way 1 year, she's probably come through the same era as
Oh,
fortunate.
Yep, that's the first
Great
set.
move.
That's the only person Thule lost to. So,
I believe it. She doesn't lose a lot.
No, she's a phenomenal player. I think he said, "Honey, you're awesome."
As Dan said, they know how to play defense. Look, Ian, what she does.
15 and under and 11 and under finalists and champions in the Junior Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic. For the 11 unders, the runner-up this year are the team of Parker Deppa and Bodie Miller. And our champions in the 11 and under category, Vera Shiglowski and Natan Balenki. In the 15 and under division, our runners-up this year are the team of Varun Tanjeti and Lucky Selvakumar. And our champions in the 15 and under category, Olivia McDonald and Santi Sanchez. Congratulations to all the Junior Pine Tree participants. They raised over $40,000 for the cause this year. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could have your attention to court number 1. We've got award ceremonies coming up for the Masters and the Grand Masters tournament. Starting out with the Masters division. Our runners-up this year, and still the happy couples, Sierra Krebsbach and Chris Arena. And our champions for the 3rd year running, Jackie Sperling Hosini and Tim, soon to be clean shaven Burke. And in the Grandmasters division, our runners-up this year, the team of Leslie Gale and Brian Beaver. And our champions in the Grandmasters division. Let's hear it for Linnea Benson and Doug Matuska. Thank you, everyone, for coming out to the 2024 Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic. What great tennis we have seen throughout the weekend, including this morning's Open semifinals, the Junior Finals, the Masters, and the Grand Masters Finals. Stay tuned for the finals of the Open. We're going to take a break from the tennis, however, for a short program. At this time, please welcome Kevin Wervey, the board president for the Pine Tree Apple Classic Fund.
All right, thank you, Dave. And thank you all for coming out. Wow, what great crowds we've had over the 4-day tournament. We appreciate everybody coming out to watch the great tennis and support this amazing cause. On behalf of the entire Pine Tree Apple Classic Fund Board of Directors, we want to thank you, as well as all of the volunteers, the organizers, the tennis players, the Children's Minnesota staff for coming out and supporting our 39th anniversary of this tremendous event. So thank you. Over these 39 years since this event started in 1986, we have now collectively raised over $8 million for children's cancer research. That's amazing. Thanks, Heather. We love you too. All right. So we've got one more great match to come, but we're going to take a little break for a program to share why we're here and what we're supporting in this great work, not only to lessen the suffering that these children face in their cancer treatments, but to one day be able to say game, set, cure, and find a cure for these terrible cancers. So that's why we're really here, and you're going to learn a little bit about some of the research efforts and the work that's being done with all of the support that you're providing. There are many research projects and initiatives that are supported through Pine Tree. Most prevalent, the 2 rare tumor registries, as well as the therapeutic research to lessen the suffering and the effects of the treatment that these children receive so they can just be children again. And on Friday, we announced a third leg of our research, which is the hematology oncology point of care and survivorship research. This is going to allow for the opportunity for nurses, for care coordinators, advanced care providers to put research initiatives forward that can help these children throughout their entire care journey. We feel it's a wonderful complement to the major initiatives that we've had to date over all these years, and we're so proud to be partnering with Children's Minnesota for this continued research. And on Friday, we also announced that Ron Peterson and our founding family, to contribute toward this seed money for this third leg of research, contributed $100,000 to get that going. And we have pledged over $1 million to support this in the next 5 years, which is incredible. You're going to hear a lot more about this research as we start to celebrate and plan for our 40th anniversary next year, believe it or not. So that is awesome, but more to come on all that great work and some of the research projects supporting that new area of research. All right, at this time, I'd like to thank some of our founding sponsors, our site sponsor, event, and presenting sponsors. Sorry, gotta turn the page here. First of all is the Peterson family. We all know the Peterson family. Their daughter, Julianne, that was diagnosed with leukemia many, many years ago. Julianne is still with us today after being in remission 3 times, which is absolutely incredible. We very much appreciate the Peterson family's vision to start this event, as well as our founding sponsor, the Jacobson family and the Pine Tree Apple Orchard. The whole Jacobson family I know is out there somewhere. Big shout out to them. We would not be here today without this amazing family. They contribute so much from their time, their talents, their money. They are tireless workers here and have really put this event on their back for 39 years. And we just really love this family and can't thank them enough for all they do. Thank you so much. We're also very grateful for our site sponsor, Lifetime, both White Bear and Bloomington South, for having this beautiful venue to be able to put this event on, rain or shine, and wonderfully we've had nice shine all 4 days. We can't remember the last time that's happened. Hopefully we can get one more match in before some of these dark clouds come in. But we're very grateful to Lifetime. Their staff is incredibly gracious, beautiful facilities, and we turned this place upside down for a couple of weeks, and they are incredibly accommodating. So thank you very much to Lifetime. All right, a few more sponsors. Our event sponsors, dentistry for the entire family, and Dr. John Kretzmeyer and Barb Jacobson. I see them sitting over there. Thank you so much for your longtime support. Kevin and Polly Hart. I know Kevin's been out this weekend. I don't know if he's out here today, but big thanks to Kevin and Polly Hart. Same with Jackie and Jeff Mudge, longtime supporters. Thank you all so much. And our new 2024 event sponsor, Sanjay Sayal and the Sayal Foundation, which also did a lot to support the entertainment and the fun that we had on Friday night's appreciation party. So thank you so much to all of our event sponsors. Our presenting sponsors, Birch Lake Dental and USTA Northern, we're very grateful for your support, as well as the Golden Delicious, the Harrelson, the Sweet Tango. You see the Apple theme going here? All of those sponsors that are listed on signage throughout the club. There's just so many folks that contribute, not only as sponsors, but as significant donors. And again, whether you donate $10 or $20,000, every dollar makes a difference and an impact, and you'll hear a little bit more about that shortly. So thank you so much. I also want to thank the organizing committee. It takes a village to put on this event, and there's a lot of folks that volunteer their time throughout the year to plan and be ready to put on this event each and every year. So we're very grateful to them, as well as all the volunteers. Just about everybody you see in these, are they peach-colored shirts? I always do check their color. You see them around everywhere, and they volunteer their time to help us put this event on, and you see them out, whether it's at the player check-in, to running the event. Heather and the food tent crew is absolutely amazing. To shout out to the food tent crew back there. Some merchandise, tent, it's just a lot. So we're very grateful to all the volunteers. And we have, for many of you have heard a little bit about our volunteer give back program, but we're also incredibly gracious to an anonymous donor that contributes, as well as USTA Northern that matches. But you see a lot of high school and college kids out here volunteering. For every hour that they volunteer, they earn $10 to their students' tennis program, which is matched by the USTA up to $1,000 per program, and a match to the cause, which is incredible. And this year ended up being over 500 hours and $10,000 that are going to 20 area tennis programs, one as far as away as South Dakota, that came to volunteer for this event. So a big thanks to all of our high school and college volunteer teams. All right, I want to also now thank the players. The players, obviously, what an incredible tennis that we're seeing out here. Some really great tennis. And the players are a critical backbone, not only to the great entertainment out here on the courts, but also the fundraising efforts. And we have players now that have come for this tournament this year from New York, Boston, Tennessee, North Carolina, Chicago, California, of course Minnesota, Wisconsin, but just to play in this event, because they see it as such a special event and want to come back every year. And even new folks have come from other locations. So it really has become the premier event in the upper Midwest, but now you're seeing even more from around the country come to participate as they've heard more about how special this is. So a big thank you to the players, 184 total players, including 64 juniors that participated this year, which is really neat. And so far, in terms of our fundraising efforts, our goal was $430,000. We still have a lot to add up from the food tent, the merchandise. I just entered a whole bunch of checks this morning that came in. But we're currently at roughly 90% of our goal at $390,000 raised so far for this amazing cause. That deserves a huge round of applause. Thank you. And Lisa will tell you, I think we are absolutely on track to exceed our target, which will be amazing for all of us to celebrate. And the players alone, and all of their fundraising, as they reach out to family, friends, and others to contribute to them as they participate in this event, have alone raised over $300,000 of that total for this cause, 40,000 of which came from the junior players, which is amazing. And I want to take a quick minute to recognize the top 6 player fundraisers this year. Starting out in 6th place is Imka Reimers, who raised almost $10,000. Imka, thank you so much. Great job. Tobias Wernitt, who also is going to be in the Open Finals here shortly, has raised almost $11,000 for the cause. And I think we award him a 2-game start lead because of that fundraising. That's part of the rules, maybe. Elizabeth Walker at almost $14,000 raised, 4th place. I ended up in 3rd place, so I have to give a shout out to all of the 30-plus sponsors that have contributed to my fundraising efforts. So thank you all for your contribution and support of my goals. I exceeded my target, so thank you so much. All right, the second and first place was like a back and forth battle, epic battle this year. I mean, you'd look at the website each day, and they'd be switching back and forth. But both raised an incredible amount of money. First of all, Josh Latour on the junior tournament raised a little over $21,000 this year. And number one in our hearts and number one fundraiser goes to somebody who raised, now I think she's over $24,000, Marla Menny. Congratulations, great job. You'll hear from Marla in just a minute for our sportsmanship award. But 27 players raised over $2,500. I mean, it's just incredible to see how the players have really latched onto this cause and the great work and just make that effort to go continue to raise money each and every year. So thank you to the players. And don't forget, you can still continue to donate, stop by the registry or the register, bid on a silent auction item, eat more of these wonderful donuts from the orchard, buy an event t-shirt. So you still want to give or give more, there's still opportunities to do that. All right, the Hall of Fame Award, which we gave on Friday at the appreciation party, goes to an outstanding individual or family that's made a long-term contribution to the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic. And just a quick shout out, I'm not sure if they're still here, but a quick shout out to the Donnelly family that is our Hall of Fame winners for this year. This is an incredible family. Megan's my partner. Love Megan as well, by the way. She's phenomenal. Love playing with her. But this family has done so much for the cause. Their family is from Duluth, Minnesota. Eric, Megan, Ann, and Kristen collectively have played in over 40 pine trees, and at least one has played since 2000. They have 7 combined titles, so pine tree titles between them, 2 sportsmanship awards. They have raised countless dollars for the cause, and they have brought in so many people, new people to this event, to volunteer, to play in the event. So we're very grateful for the Donnellys, and they've even now extended it to 4 of their children that play in the Pine Tree Junior Tournament. So congratulations to the Donnelly family for their recognition. All right, last but not least on thank yous is, where's Lisa Mushett? Lisa, can you come out here for a second? She's sitting down. She deserves the rest, but we can't let her rest quite yet. But as I mentioned, it takes a village to run this tournament, but without a fearless leader and an amazing event coordinator, this would not happen. And this woman is amazing, and she touches every aspect of this event and puts her heart and soul into it. So a huge thank you. Lisa's amazing. And I also want to give it a shout out to their entire family, to Andrew, to Regan, and Ryan. You see them volunteering here throughout the whole event and really make this a whole family event, and we're very appreciative of all of them. So thank you so much. All right, now I'd like to welcome our top fundraiser, member of our Player Liaison Committee, to present our 2024 Sportsmanship Award. Here is Marla.
All right. Since 2000, a sportsmanship award has been awarded to each year to a player who has demonstrated qualities of good sportsmanship and who has demonstrated their commitment to the cause. The player this year was picked on fundraising and longevity. He is committed on so many levels to this cause, has participated for over 10 years. He has consistently been a top fundraiser, including this year raising $4,700, and he volunteers his time during the tournament, and he volunteers his time for the party. He will be here helping us tear down after the tournament. He helped set up with his son Andrew and the White Bear Lake boys tennis team. He greets people at the door. He sells extra raffle tickets. He always has a smile on his face and a beer in his hand. And that is what we think Pine Tree is all about. So on behalf of the player committee, we would like to welcome the 2024 Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic Sportsmanship Award winner, Paul Kalenic.
Great job, Paul. Thank you.
Our patient families are coming up. Thanks for your patience. Thanks, Marla. We're incredibly fortunate to have with us today the heart of our fundraising efforts, the families who inspire our work, and the doctors and staff at Children's. These are parents, siblings, and loved ones who have faced pediatric cancer and its challenges with courage and resilience. Please join me in welcoming Brighton and her family. Brighton's here. Sarah, Blair, and Braddock are her family. Brighton is a shining example of courage and resilience. 2.5 years ago, her world was turned upside down by a leukemia diagnosis. Following intense chemotherapy, Brighton faced the challenge of relearning to walk and began rehab at Children's Minnesota. Thanks to the support of Pine Tree funding, she was able to regain her mobility, and just a short time ago, July 1st, so very short time ago, she reached a major milestone by completing her cancer treatment. Good job. Yay. Brighton's incredible journey is a testament to her strength, the unwavering support of her loved ones, and the expertise of her medical team. So next we have Damon, a bright and courageous 9-year-old who faced a daunting battle when a tumor was discovered in his brain at just 6 years old. Damon endured a grueling treatment plan, including chemotherapy, a bone marrow transplant, and protein beam radiation. These aggressive treatments took a significant toll on his young body, leaving him unable to walk or use his hands. With the unwavering determination and the support of his loving family, Joanne, Dane, Aiden, and Mason, Damon embarked on a remarkable journey to recovery. Thanks to the rehab provided by Children's Minnesota and the innovative orthotic super boots made possible by Pine Tree funding, Damon has made extraordinary strides. He can now walk independently, even taking steps without his boots. His speech and hands are mostly back to normal, allowing him to write and perform most tasks again. His triumph is even sweeter as he was able to compete first grade alongside of his peers. His story is a testament to the power of hope, perseverance, and the incredible work being done to help children like him. And finally, Megan, a remarkable woman whose strength in the face of unimaginable loss is an inspiration to us all. Megan is the mother of our 2024 Honored Angel, Macy. Macy was diagnosed with PPB in 2020. After 25 cycles of chemotherapy, a stem cell transplant, countless inpatient stays, surgery to remove a section of her lung, and 23 radiation treatments, she was declared cancer-free in 2021. But sadly, her cancer returned, and she started another clinical trial, this one through the PPB registry at Children's Minnesota. Macy Moose, as she was affectionately called, fought the good fight until the end, but sadly earned her wings in 2023. I want to express our sincere gratitude to these remarkable families for sharing their stories. Their strength, your strength and resilience inspire us all and reminds us of the importance of why we are here. So thank you. At this time, please welcome our endowed chair, Dr. Chris-Ann Schultz, Dr. Lynn Tanner, Scientific Director of Rehab, and their amazing staff from Children's Minnesota, as well as our 2024 honored patients.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Lynn Tanner. I am, louder. I don't get asked that very often. Okay. I am the Scientific Director of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation at Children's Minnesota and the lead of the Cancer Rehab Research Program. But a big part, we have a big team. As you know, Dr. Laura Gilchrist is my mentor. Monica Olson is one of our great physical therapists. And we have probably now about 10 therapists that work in our program. But I think briefly to share with you the importance of this funding. Because of our work, we've learned that kids with physical therapy are stronger 8 years later after cancer treatment is done compared to the kids who did not have PT. And unfortunately, only 25% of kids with cancer actually get physical therapy in the country. And so, as we're learning about neuropathy, for example, nerve damage related to chemotherapy, that happens in about 86% of our kids. We're learning because of your funds that physical therapy actually can help these kids, and when they're older, that nerve damage doesn't impact their physical function as much because of the services that they're given at Children's Minnesota and now at many places around the world. We don't keep the research here. We can write papers, and hopefully some people will read them. But we presented at 7 conferences this year, 3 of them being international conferences. And we also we do a 2-day course that honestly is kind of a highlight of our team's year, I think. We bring in, we have 12 speakers over 2 days. And we teach physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, oncologists, physiatrists. We had a pharmacist attend our course this year. So we're really trying to teach a team how to holistically treat children with cancer and improve their outcomes. And so we've been able to teach over 200 people from 39 states and 7 countries for years. And this is all due to this community event. And so I think it's really important for you to know, the board of directors, the organization committee, the players, the sponsors, the donors. We already had 95 kids participate in our research study this year here at this tournament. So this work is going so many places from this tournament. So thank you for everything.
Dr. Tanner, you said that so beautifully. That's a tough act to follow. But I'm Chrisanne Schultz. I'm a pediatric oncologist at Children's Minnesota. And on behalf of our team, including Ann Harris, our clinical research specialist, and my mentor in this work, Dr. Yoav Messinger, and our entire rare tumor research team, it's just my honor to be here to thank all of you for all you do to support childhood cancer research. The rare cancer research supported by Pine Tree relates to 2 main rare cancer registries, the PPB Dicer 1 registry, which literally led to the understanding of Dicer 1 tumors as an entity, and the OTST registry, which studies ovarian and testicular tumors in kids and adults. And these are very rare tumors, so many of our patients are from Minnesota, and even more of them are from far-flung places from here. Those patients participate from more than 60 countries around the world and more than 600 institutions, really demonstrating the breadth of the research that you fund right here on this tennis court. So as an example, we collect medical records from each of those places, each of those 600 institutions in those more than 60 countries. As I said Friday night, one example from just this week is a physician from Indonesia who wrote they had a child with type 3 PPB he was caring for, and Dr. Ognanindi needed advice about what to do next, and we were able to return that data, the answers to his clinical questions, back to him later that same day in order to care for that critically ill child because of what you do here. Another piece of what you do is allow us to collect those tumor samples themselves, not just the data, but the actual tumor samples, so that we can study the targets on the insides and the outsides of those cells, understand how they're different from the person that they came from, so we can target the tumor and not the person in our treatments in these novel therapies. And as I hear the amounts raised by these players, I really need you to understand that those are the real dollars that are needed for each arm of those studies. So in the next year, when we grow 3D organoids from these tumors, it's exactly those kinds of dollars that go toward exactly applying those kinds of novel agents, some standard chemotherapies, but some really up-and-coming novel and much less toxic agents to those models to try to understand if they work. So we don't start with treating kids with them, we start with treating the organoids, and we move forward only the most promising ideas. So you make that possible right here. So my job today is to thank you, and I also have the great honor of using this microphone to thank another amazing person in this work, Dr. Yoav Messinger. So Yoav. So Dr. Messinger is an amazing pediatric oncologist. He's cared for thousands of children throughout his career with leukemia, lymphomas, and really almost any childhood cancer. He's pioneered treatments for acute lymphoblastic leukemia. He has His work has led to the survival of children who essentially had no statistical likelihood of cure. And I'm so grateful to have been one of Dr. Messinger's students. Dr. Messinger, in addition to being a pediatric oncologist, is also a teacher, a phenomenal teacher. Taught me how to feel lymph nodes for the first time. He's also a mentor to so many people in so many areas, including this rare cancer research, and he's truly a friend to all of us. So Yoav, for all of your amazing work, it's my honor to present to you the Lifetime Service Award for the care of children with PPB and Dicer 1. So, Yoav, for all of your work. So, Yoav, for all of your work, thank you so much. And to each and every one of you, to every player, donor, attendee of this event, volunteer, sponsor, organizer, to the entire Pine Tree Board, to Lisa for organizing, to each and every one of you, thank you so much for all you do and all you make possible.
One more minute.
Well, thank you to all of the honored patient and angel families for being here with us today. Dr. Tanner, Dr. Schultz, thank you so much. It's really the work that they do that inspires us each and every day to keep this tournament going and to continue to raise money. The progress has been incredible, and obviously the impact. We always talk about a small town tournament, worldwide impact, and it truly has. But you inspire us with your amazing work and these families, so thank you for your fight, for all the work that you do. And it's a privilege to have you here. We have a little memento for all of you. We have a signed tennis ball from should be all 184 players that signed this tennis ball for you. Now, Brighton and Damon, you need to ask your parents for a big tennis racket like the one over there now to play with that tennis ball, all right? But we hope you enjoy that, and that's to think about your journey and to show our support for all of you. So thank you. Last but not least, this really concludes our program for today. Make sure everyone to still visit the concession stand, buy a t-shirt. The silent auction closes very soon, I think in about 15 minutes, so you just scan the QR code and you can make a bid, and if you get overbid, it sends you a note, so there's still an opportunity for you to get some items that are out there. So please do that as well. But we want to thank each and every one of you for attending this event. Again, it's just incredible to see this Pine Tree family come together each and every year for this amazing cause. We're incredibly grateful, and stick around because there's the grand finale, the open finals coming up next. So enjoy, and thank you again from the bottom of our hearts for all your support.
What has gotten into me? It's like I'm in some dream when I look at you.
At this time, I'd like to introduce you to our finalists. On the south side, we have the team of Sonia Das and Chase Johnson. Sonia is playing in her 4th pine tree. She went to college at MIT and was an all-conference performer. She also was an ITA scholar athlete. She also was a 2-time Class A singles champion at St. Paul Academy. Her partner, Chase Johnson, is playing in his 3rd pine tree. He is a 2-time Minnesota State Tournament participant. He is a Division III All-American, and he is an ITA Arthur Ashe Leadership and Sportsmanship Award winner. Their opponents today are the team of Thule Wilkins and Tobias Fernet. Thule is playing in her 9th pine tree. She is a coach at Colossal Tennis Academy. She attended the University of Minnesota and the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. At North Carolina, Greensboro, she was chosen the Southern Conference Player of the Year and earned a national doubles ranking. She also is the 2019 Pine Tree Open Division champion. Tobias is in his 9th pine tree as well. Playing Division I tennis at the University of Minnesota, he earned a top 40 singles and a top 30 doubles ranking. He is a 2-time All-Big Ten performer. He is a Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic Sportsmanship Award winner and a 2020 Pine Tree Open Division champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you the Open Finals.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 39th Annual Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic, brought to you by the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic Fund. We were broadcasting the the Masters final a little earlier. If you're just joining us, I am Susan Rudd. I'm here with Dan Shannon, my former Pine Tree doubles partner. So we'll be commentating right here on SCC TV. Thank you.
Well, this is going to be a really fun match. We've got, a couple, younger players in their early mid-20s, and they're playing a couple veterans who are in their early 30s. So a little battle of the ages, experience versus youth. They both had some very challenging matches to get here. Chase and Sonia won their semis in a 3rd set tiebreaker. Tobias and Thule won a match earlier in the tournament, 10-8 in a 3rd set tiebreaker. So they're both battle-tested teams, and they were both in excellent form in the semis this morning playing. So I'd be very surprised if this isn't a great match, especially by Chase.
But as was mentioned, Thule and Tobias have been in several finals between the two of them, have a lot of experience, both collegiate and at the Pine Tree. So this will be an interesting matchup, Dan.
It will be. Again, it's the first finals for Sonia. Chase was in the finals with a different partner 2 years ago, and actually lost to Tobias and Imke Reimers. So that was a really fun match. And he's still playing really well. Thule has played in, I believe, at least 4 finals, winning 1. And she's just a great player. I mean, this is, neither team makes a lot of mistakes. They both cover the court extremely well. And so I'm just looking forward for them to get this thing going and showing the huge crowd here what they've got. I mean, weather-wise, it's partly cloudy, a little bit of a breeze, not too hot. I mean, I think from the player's perspective, you really couldn't ask for a nicer day to compete for a really big prize. It's not a sanctioned tournament by any means, but I think if you asked any player, they want to win this tournament. It's got a lot of a lot of meaning to it for a variety of reasons. So it'll be fun.
Of course, we're all here watching tennis today. Great tennis, amazing tennis. But we don't want to lose sight that really Children's Minnesota and the funding that comes from this tournament really serves as a positive force in the health and well-being of children with childhood diseases and supporting their families by really providing funding and programming, rehabilitation, physical therapy, to really fund and help children with disease. So we don't want to lose sight of that.
Yeah, and if you the program between the finals, it's always a wonderful event that kind of reminds us all why we're here and tells the stories of the kids and how the funds that you're donating and that the players are raising money for is directly impacting people we see here in Minnesota, but people all over literally the world, in the smallest countries you can think of. So it's just amazing. So again, if you haven't donated yet, if you get the chance, please go online. Sue, what's that website again?
It is www.ptacf.org. So get on there and support your favorite player or make a donation. Speaking of donations, this tournament over the last 39 years has raised over $8 million for children's cancer research, including this year alone, that's been just over $400,000. So get on there to the website, ptacf.org. Here we go.
Okay. Tobias Vernet to start the match. Okay, that was
All right, is this what the match is going to be like, Dan?
be phenomenal.
Solid first point.
What great playing, great moving, great shot, great offense, great defense. I think we're going to be in for a really good show. I think, as we mentioned in the last match, Tobias is serving. It's probably even a harder sun right now for a right-handed player, a little more at an angle. He's, if you look at his shadow, it's like almost a 45-degree angle. So that's right. His ball toss is going right into the sun. Volley. Really impressed how Chase and Sonia have come out. They're not showing any nerves. They're coming out ready to play. In your first final, sometimes you might start out slow, but you're doing a great job. Nice return.
Tough ball.
Yeah.
Down at his shoe tops.
Yeah, he got away with a little bit of a miss hit, so the ball was kind of moving around the air, it looked like. Oh, what a nice serve at 540.
don't have to worry about a return when you hit an ace. There's that.
Sue Red, ladies and
There
gentlemen.
is that, yes.
Okay, he's got another one here. Oh, what a serve return. Oh, what a point. Boy. And an early break to start the match.
But you got to love, Dan, how they're communicating.
Yep.
Tobias and Tooley calling the ball. Really critical in doubles.
Yep. So first changeover. You know, I think early in the game, Tobias had a little trouble getting a serve in. Had a double fault the second point. We'll see how Chase does. He did not warm up on that side, so he hasn't had to look into the sun yet, even for a practice serve. So we'll see how he can handle it. See if he gets a lucky cloud to come over right when he's about to serve. So we'll see how it goes. I love how Tobias and Tooley's outfits kind of work
I was
together.
thinking the same thing.
It's just talk
I
about.
love it. It's a veteran move right there, matching.
That's just, you know, that's what I mean.
That's a veteran move. They thought of everything.
Exactly. It's like, okay.
It's a game right there.
Okay. Another nice body serve. I think if you listen to the first match, you heard me say that a lot. A lot of these better players, you know, they like the ball a little bit away from their body, so when you can jam them, it really kind of ties them up and minimizes their ability to be successful.
Great hands by Tooley to keep the ball alive there,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, good patience. Speaking of food, our all-star announcer Dave just showed up with his brat and his root beer float. So again, there's still gonna be a lot of time in this match if you still have time to come out.
We've got Matt Nar right next door.
Yeah.
From White Bear. Professional staff. Eating a piece of apple pie a la mode. Come on out.
Yep. Oh, good point. Dave's offering me a donut. I'm declining it. Okay, 40 love. Boy, that's a impressive first serving game by Chase and Sonia. And they're just kind of just being nice and solid.
And as you mentioned earlier, sometimes the thought is, hey, I'm going to just rifle a ball right at the woman. But no, Sonia fired it back. Solid. No problem.
Yep, they're just very impressive players. Kind of like that. That really wasn't that bad of a serve, and she really moved her feet to get a little bit away from the ball and was able to hit a really high quality return down the line. Point by Chase. Love 30. So one thing, if you look closely, what Tobias is signaling is one where he'd like to serve location, and then where he's going to move positionally. So they're on the same page. I used to play with Sue. She would just always tell me where to go. Made it really easy.
I don't know what to say to that, Dan.
Okay, so you're going to look at a body serve here. Tobias is going to move to his left.
You know, again, I mentioned the importance of communicating with your partner just a game ago. But it's the same with the serve, Dan. I mean, Tobias needs to know, what he's looking for. Thule needs to know where he's headed. So, yeah, great teamwork there.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, man.
Second serve.
I couldn't carry all my stuff. And I got back here and I knew I couldn't carry my thing of donuts. No, I saw
Boy, she's hitting some good balls.
Yeah. So
Kind of keeping Tobias honest. He's very quick, has a great volley. He's looking to poach, but boy, she's going to kind of keep him over there.
And I'll comment on that after this point.
Well, yeah, that would have been a pretty safe assumption.
Oh, wow. Another break of serve. Well, I think one of the things that I ask players when I used to coach is try to, if you want to be an aggressive player, try not to wear colors that make it obvious what you're doing. So, if Tobias is up there with a pink shirt on, I would say maybe use more fake poaches. Make them think because they're going to see your color.
Mm-hmm.
Good players have a great field of vision. Obviously, Sonia's seen each time he's peeked to the middle and has hit down the line astronomically well. Again, she still has to execute the shot. But sometimes it's better to wear more the muted colors, or we do a lot of coaching of indoor tennis, and it's like, okay, wear darker outfits because then you'll blend in with the back curtain. And if they can't see you move because you're blending in more and you're not obvious, you might be a little bit more effective. A very impressive start by the youngsters.
Just while we're waiting here for Thule and Tobias, just want to really thank our founding family, the Peterson family, who really started this 39 years ago. Also want to thank Jacobson's Pine Tree Apple Orchard. That is also a sponsor and just provide a lot of the great treats here if you're going to come on out and watch this match. And our site sponsor, Lifetime White Bear Lake.
Okay, Sonia Doss to serve.
So I don't know if anyone tonight is going to drive on so water. And then, I don't know if it'll be a couple of and then I'm leaving town for.
Ooh, that was a nice low return.
Seems like it'd be easy. Chase was so close to the net, but as Dan said, below the level of the net, tough ball.
what a point.
Nice play by Tobias. Moved them both wide and then
Yep.
hit a ball right through the middle. Smart. Saw the opening and executed perfectly.
Yeah, and as you're home seeing that, it wasn't the first shot that won the point. It was 3 shots that created, or 2 shots that created the opening to finish the point on the third ball. It's just really good, solid, intelligent tennis. Nice return. Okay, a little bit of a hole here, love 40. Oh, nice serve. Again, another nice body to serve to Tobias. Jammed him up just a little bit. Didn't hit quite as an effective return as when the ball was away from his body. Sorry. Okay, 4 games. 3 players have lost their serves. We'll see how the adjustments go to the match with that standpoint. It's a little bit cloudier now, so it doesn't have quite the sun issue. And we see what happens.
There we go. A really good play by Tobias. I think you saw him there. He was looking like he was going to come in. Saw that his approach shot wasn't quite strong enough. Took a step back. Gave himself a better opportunity to win the point. Love. Here's a good point. A little more routine game for Tobias this game. And Thule. Whose parents are here from
Yes.
Germany visiting. It's a great surprise. Nice to meet them and have them here at Pine Tree.
Sometimes having your parents watch can add some pressure, but he seems to be handling it astronomically well. Oh, nice shot, Chase.
Chase anticipated that well.
Yep.
Seemed to know right where the ball was going.
Nice playing. Okay, so
You know, this is such a effort by the entire Twin Cities community to support Children's Minnesota in this event. I want to get back to thanking Dr. John Kretzmeyer and Barb Jacobson and dentistry for the entire family, along with Kevin and Polly Hart, Jackie and Jeff Mudge, and the Sile Foundation. Their support, along with Birch Lake Dental and USTA Northern, is just the effort and the support and the reputation of this research and of this tournament.
Absolutely. I'd also like to spend a brief moment in discussing the Donnelly family from Bloomington, this year's Hall of Fame inductees. Just a wonderful family. Their involvement, their fundraising, their support, multiple-time champion. Eric has won the event, I believe, 3 times with Imka, who we talked about won it with Tobias. Or Toby, and well, she's won it with so many people. She just wins it.
Right, she just every time that's a place, she wins.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't even live here. She flies in. She raises $7,000-8,000 every time, and it's just a great player.
And wins the tournament.
And wins the tournament. So
we appreciate that. She flies in from New York.
Yeah. She's a professor at Cornell, and Eric's sister Megan. She's won the tournament with Kevin, I believe, 4 times in the Masters division. So not only do they have excellence in their play, but their support and fundraising and involvement is just is key. So very well-deserved Hall of Fame recognition for the Donnelly family. Okay. Chase serving, there's still a break, but a nice bounce back from Tobias and Thule to earn 2 games. Wow, another nice body serve.
Dan, what do you make of both teams staying back quite a bit, both back?
I think on first serves, that is, you see that a lot at the pro game now also. It's just that if you're playing a strong server, if you don't feel like you're going to hit a strong return, playing 1 up, 1 back, doesn't get you a lot. So Thule and Tobias feel a little more confident with Tobias returning. So Thule did start up. So
that's really a good lesson for all of us. Don't feel set in one structure, one pattern. Feel free to mix it up.
Yep, and if you got a good person serving, you're probably not starting the point in the offense. And 1 up, 1 back is probably a little more offensive formation. But if you're not on offense, as we saw with Jackie and Tim in the Masters, a good defense can beat a good offense in many situations. Wow, what a
good serving by Chase.
What 2 decisive serving games for Chase. Okay, so Thule to serve, serving 2-4. It's definitely still early in the set. That looked like one of those robot where his arm extended about 3 inches further than it was and came back in. What are those things called, Sue?
Something gadget.
Yeah. That was a great reach. Thule almost got that one-handed with her left hand. What a great effort. Nice point by Chase again. He's just, he brought his A game today for sure.
It's tough when a team is not making a lot of unforced errors. Really tough, puts a lot of pressure on you. And they are certainly playing solid tennis right now. High percentage.
Boy, she's got that shot.
And that's going to make Tobias think twice about going.
Yep, he might be doing what we call reverse poaching going forward, meaning faking like he's going to poach and go back and cover his alley and try to bait her into hitting to him. We also call that baiting the hook. I live in Wisconsin now and see a lot of fishermen, so I'm stealing that term. Oh, wow.
Great return.
That really wasn't a bad
Didn't know
serve.
Did that come?
Wow. Okay. That's my job. Ruh-roh. I think Tobias just did what I mentioned. He gave her a little move and he went back to his alley. And she saw it and missed it a forehand. Okay, an important point here. Oh. Okay, that was a really good return game by Chase and Sonia.
It's not just organizations that are making a significant contribution to the effort here to Children's Minnesota to fund children's cancer research and physical therapy. The players also make a significant donation. Marla Menny, $24,000 she raised this year. Josh Latour, one of the juniors in the junior tournament, $21,000. Kevin Worry, $18,000. I mean, just significant effort on the part of all the players in the Pine Tree to get sponsorship.
And I think one of the things that has happened, especially over the last 4, 5, 6 years, is that the older players are really challenging the younger players to come in and to, one, provide great tennis, but two, the expectation of we're here for the kids too, and the new players coming in and how much money they're raising also. I remember back in the dark ages when I started playing this event, struggling to raise $1,000, $2,000, and a lot of players come in their first year and they're raising $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, and they just keep building.
Well, the reputation of the tournament says a lot. The tournament and the fundraising has earned a great reputation, and the community backs it.
Yep. And just that expectation is just kind of gets passed on, and the players embrace it. Solid. Good point.
Beautiful approach shot by Tobias.
Yep.
Nice and deep and low. Forcing Sonia to head up a little bit to Thule. Thule, great execution on that volley.
Okay, love 30. See if they can try to get back in the game. Boy, she hits a clean ball. Boy, she missed that forehand, but not by very much. And even with my headset on, you can just hear the crispness off her racket. Just a really fun player to watch play. And that wasn't bad either.
Talk about crisp. Also crisp.
Yeah, he hit some balls in the semis that were unbelievable. They played the team of Bella Lampert and Tommy Entwistle, and Tommy Entwistle has a pretty big serve. And Tobias hit a couple balls back that I just couldn't believe.
Not to mention his fundraising of over $10,000, FYI.
Exactly. Yep, there was that play again. And that's where sometimes as a net player you have to kind of look and see where your partner's ball goes. When it goes a little bit wider like that, as Sonia's going out to hit her forehand, she has a clear vision of what Tobias is doing at the net. So if you don't cover your alley in that situation, that good baseline player can see that and just take advantage of it.
But boy, her execution,
Yeah,
solid.
She's just been
Solid.
spot on.
She's not afraid to go at him. Sees the opening, takes it, makes it.
Boy, really nice. Okay, a nice break of serve. They're back to 3 serving 5. With Tobias to serve, he had a really strong service game his last serving game. So he's got some good momentums going. Oh, what a play.
That was good heads-up play by Tobias there. I think he thought Thule had that, but stayed in it, stayed with it, and was able to grab that.
Accidental drop volley.
Good camouflage.
Boy, great moving for that overhead. Another nice serve by Tobias. Oh, nice return. Interesting trivia. Of the 12 finalists this year, Tobias is the only one that does not have a vibration dampener in his racket.
Wow, Dan Shannon.
With
Nothing gets by you, Dan.
With useless information. Oh, nice body serve again. Listening to Tobias serve is like what they say when people are watching Tiger Woods hit golf balls. It just sounds different. Boy, when the ball comes off his racket, it just makes a different sound. It's just
probably because
awesome.
it doesn't have a dampener.
There you go. Okay.
So Dan, we've been talking quite a bit about fundraising by the players, by the local businesses that support the tournament and children's cancer research for Children's Minnesota. But people want to know where does this money go? What does it do? And what it's done is the Pine Tree Apple Classic Fund has established an international PPB registry, and PPB is the most common lung cancer of children. And it's a global research program here in Minnesota, but used in 40 countries. So amazing. What we're doing here is having international benefits.
Well, and that's the amazing thing. Just one of our former board members, Dave, he was one of the original PBB patients, and there was 20 of them, and he's the only one that had survived childhood, 30-something years ago. And from where the research was at that time to now, is just amazing how far this tournament has impacted the kids also, but the families. That's one thing that the Pine Tree Board stresses and everything. It's a family unit going through this together, and Pine Tree is part of that family. So that's just so important to stress and to appreciate and recognize this event. Okay, Chase to serve.
For the set?
For the set. He's had 2 easy service games, but serving at 5-4 is a lot different. And again, a really good body serve into Tuli's body. Gets a weak reply, and Sonia, as she's done the entire set, is just spot on.
Beautiful shot right down at Sonia's feet. Tobias got the pop-up, was able to take advantage of that. Great setup for himself.
Yeah.
Love that.
I think they're coming to the realization that anything less than their A game is not going to do it, and I think Tobias is starting to recognize that and up his game a little bit. Very impressive point. Again, another nice body serve, got the easy return. Excellent execution of that first volley, forces the air. Not flashy, but astronomically effective. Again, another body serve with Tobias. Again, sometimes spend a lot of time trying to ace people, but mixing in those body serves keeps them honest and really creates a lot of second and third shot opportunities. Again, as we talked about that point earlier with Tobias using 2 shots to set the third shot, using the serve to set up the second and third volleys. And then for the first time in the set, he served one wide. I think that was the first time he did that. So just a very impressive first set by Sonia and Chase.
This is one of the things, Dan, I notice at this level is during the point, everyone's moving their feet. There aren't any statues out there on the court. Even though they're not hitting the ball, they're all active.
Yep, absolutely. And looking to take balls, looking to defend, and just kind of, and again, if you're not on your toes,
that's a problem too.
There could be some issues there. So, that was
you were just talking on the last break, Dan, about the importance of treatment and support of children's cancer research. But also want to let you know that Children's Minnesota has developed a nationally recognized model of rehabilitation for childhood cancer patients. We have both national and international recognition by physical therapists in the Twin Cities area, Lynn Tanner and Dr. Laura Gilchrist, who happens to work at St. Catherine University as well. really make a big difference in the quality of life after the treatment of children. So we want to thank them and recognize their efforts in rehabilitation.
And again, as we talked about during the last match, that's a key piece of the Pine Tree puzzle that has developed over the last 10 years or so, of being able to really create a better quality of life for the kids going through these really challenging treatments that they do. One of the families during the presentation, the numerical boots, I think they called them, that help minimize the impact of the chemotherapies on their nerves, and it allows the impact and the pain and the lack of mobility to be short term versus in the past it was really long term. And again, obviously you're listening to a person who's been drinking Kool-Aid, really awesome apple flavored Pine Tree Kool-Aid, and sat in a lot of meetings with the doctors and the therapists and everything. So believe me, the work they do is amazing, and also how appreciative they are of this tournament, so they can have the impact on these families and kids. So if they were here, they'd say thank you.
All right, let's see what kind of start they can have here. Tobias and Thule trying to get this second set.
Almost a little bit like the first set, just kind of a good serve and just a little bit of an error. What kind of return was that?
And
That's
that
just
was
ridiculous.
a super serve. I mean, Tobias, as Dan was saying, you could just hear the crack come off of Tobias's racket, but boy, right back at his shoe tops. Beautiful return. Can't hit any better than that.
Yeah,
Dan Shannon, maybe.
I don't think so. But it also knows that it happened to bounce right before it got to Tobias's feet, which makes it an even more challenging return. Okay. Dug a little hole here. Jason Sonia again have started the set impressively strong. What a pickup by Tobias.
Another incredible return to Tobias. Great athlete, great hands. Was able to get that back deep.
Okay, 15-40. They've saved one. And they've saved two. I really like that serve. Pretty low risk. He had a good amount of margin of it. He didn't go big and hard and flat on a break point against. He did the same thing on the last point to Chase, the point before that. Like that.
Beautiful shot by Tobias.
Yes.
Again, couldn't have been better, right at their shoe tops.
Yep.
Beautiful shot on the run, under pressure to get back to deuce here. Great execution and confidence.
Okay. Nice comeback to get it back to deuce. Very nice point. This could end up being a huge boost for them to battle back and earn the first game after being in such a deep hole. Oh, nice point by Chase there. Took advantage of the second serve. Again, just hit a nice solid low return to Tobias, setting up the second volley. Back to deuce. Important first momentum game here of the set. Nice second serve. Looked like he put a little extra spin on that one. Jumped up a little bit on Sonia. I don't think she's seen that serve too much today. Tully's is a nice solid volley right down the middle.
You know, in the last match, Dan, we saw the winner of the Masters division, Tim Burke, spinning quite a few of his first serves in just to get it in and get into the net.
Yep.
Not a bad play.
Oh, not at all.
As your dad said, if you get your first serve in, there's no chance of double faulting.
He did say that. He said, you know, I never double faulted when I got my first serve in, and he was right.
Maybe we'll see Tobias spin this in here. Let's
Yeah.
see.
He's had pretty good success when he's gotten his first serve in. Oh, again, a little extra spin on that one. Okay, add in. See if he makes the adjustment here, whether he keeps and feels good about it, or if he's gonna hit a nice spinner. Oh, right idea. And I think we'll start adapting to Chase a little bit on that play.
Just another super return right at his shoe top.
Yeah.
Yet again.
Yeah, maybe go regular formation on second serves. That was an excellent serve.
Dan, what do you think of the idea of staying back on Chase's return and coming in off that potential short ball at the shoe top?
I think definitely on a second serve, take it as a ground stroke. You know, again, as we talked about earlier about offensive, defensive situations, you know, if you're a little bit on defense, I mean, coming to the net usually isn't a consistently effective strategy.
Right. Agreed.
Just surprising, but you know that happens. You know, some games, not even some days, some games just feel a little bit off. Start trying a little bit harder. Again, as a positive, the rest of their games have been really solid this game, so they're still in it. I think if they can get through it, it's going to be a really good sign for the rest of the match. There we go.
You know, Dan, do you think Chase is just putting a lot of pressure on Tobias's serve? Well, he is. I just wonder if you think that's impacting.
Yep, he is.
How he's hitting his serve.
Yep. So they've gone back to regular formation. I'm thinking he might just hit a big spinner and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really good body serve. There we go. So again, he took the sides of the box out of play by hitting a...
Yep, got a first serve in play.
It looked like an 80% serve, not a big flat one. Put himself in a good position to volley, and it's like they got through a really tough game, and I think that will, really help them going forward. Obviously, you don't want to lose the first game of the set, that's for sure.
No, that was crucial, getting that serve in. Make them beat you. They're under pressure too. They want to break you. Make them have to win it.
Exactly.
That's good serve there. And good resilience by those guys to pull, like you said, to pull through that game.
Yep. So now it's see how Chase and Sonia respond. They've been very impressive in the match so far. Put a lot of pressure on Tobias and Thule. Nothing super flashy. They've hit some great shots here and there, but just really solid play, forcing Tobias and Thule to earn most of their points. And, if they keep their level of play, this is going to be a really entertaining set. Okay. We'll see if they do any adjusting on Chase's serve. A lot of first serves in. 3/4 speed, it looks like a lot. Sometimes even less. Gets in good position to volley. Just like that. That's a playable volley, though.
A lot of communication again, touching base.
Yep.
Very important in doubles. Not only to know the strategy, but also just to pump your partner up. Stay confident.
Oh, that was a good one. So it hasn't happened often this match, but I think what you've seen sometimes with Chase and Sonia a few times is when they hit the ball a little bit wider in the court. It's just created some angles for Thule and Tobias to take advantage of. So I think they've had a little more success, keeping it more right at them or in the center of the court. Play. That was a key point. $30 all. Got another nice body serve.
And that just goes to show, stick with the winning strategy. He's
Yep.
not changing his targets a lot in the body.
Yep.
Until they start beating you, why change?
Yeah, the only serve he changed was set point. point when he was up 45, and it's like, okay, there's not a lot of risk in this point. Wow.
There's a changeup.
Yeah.
But like you said, good time to do it.
Good time to do it, and it didn't sound like a big flat serve. It's just a very, very aggressive, 75, 80% serve. A good location. Okay, 1-all. Good response game. I liked how Tobias went towards the alley that time. Sonia was dominant in hitting that shot the first set. Try to take that away, give her a bigger visual target to try to get by. And it's still a good positive point for Tobias and Thule there, even though they came up a little bit short. Boy, that was a nice serve. Again, it looked like that was right off Sonia's right hip. Wasn't able to create the good space to finish her
Teams
stroke.
love those free points too. You don't
Yep.
get a lot of them, so that's a great freebie that Thule and Tobias just got there. You don't see a lot of those from
Nope.
Chase and Sonia.
See how Chase hit that return deep and right at Thule. Wasn't able to hit an effective shot. Sonia did a wonderful job of closing and hitting just a really nice volley.
But really important that the partner is paying attention and watching
Yep.
when a potential setup is happening. So great move by Sonia to recognize that and be aggressive and go after it.
Okay, 30-all. Important second serve. Again, it's tough. A little wind gust just came up there. And a reminder, they're serving on different sides this set. So this is their first serving game in the sun. Important point here. Oh, barely missed it.
Great anticipation.
Just happened to barely miss the volley.
So Dan, one of the interesting things about this tournament is the third set is not played out. It is a 10-point tiebreak, first team to 10. I know we have a long way to go, but just mentioning to the viewers, hey, Thule and Tobias pull this out, they're right back in it. It's a 10-point tiebreak.
Exactly. You're seeing that, I think, in all the doubles events at the Olympics. They're not playing the third sets. It's a 10-point super breaker, which is first team to win 10 points by a margin of 2.
We're just keeping it consistent. You go from White Bear Lake, Minnesota, straight to Paris.
Right. Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing how similar. I consider, the indoor facility here at White Bear kind of like, the Eiffel Tower of tennis.
Right.
So it works for me. It really works for me.
So kind of fun to see if they can pull this out. They know this well. They've been in this situation.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can execute.
And as players, it's kind of, you kind of know both if you win the first set or lose the first set, there's an urgency for the second set. So it's like, okay, regardless of what happened the first set, you know, sorry, I'm being distracted by Linnea Benson, Grand Masters champion this year. But for either team, it's like, okay, we don't want to go to a third set breaker, so we want to win the second set. And also Tobias and Thule know they don't have to win 2 straight sets. So it allows you to use your energy more efficiently.
Much like my golf balls, wondering where the ball went in the crowd there, trying to find it.
Exactly.
Much like my golfing.
I've golfed with you, Sue. You hit the ball astronomically well.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, Sonia serving. They're up a break. Love 15. Nice point by Tobias again.
Closes in quickly to get that volley above
Yep.
the net before it drops. Wonderful athlete, very agile, well done closing in. He must not play a lot of pickle, Dan.
No.
That would have been in the kitchen for sure.
Yeah, I think he's anti-kitchen. Love 30.
Tobias moves in, hoping to get a good return setup from Thule here. Moving around.
There's that. Might be a little bit of that sun again. Yeah, that's one thing about a lot of amateur players in our section is they play so much indoor tennis that when they get forced to play outside in the elements, it's a big challenge. Boy, was that a nice ground stroke. You know, for the players out here, it's you know, they're used to these elements. But at any level, serving with the sun right in your eyes, it's tough. Boy, nice body serve. Am I saying that too much?
No, I think it's important to reinforce how great a serve option that is. Sometimes people are thinking, am I going to serve to the forehand? Am I going to serve to the backhand? And you forget the body. I think
Yep.
it's good to reinforce, Dan. It's a great serve.
Nice give by Sonia. Ooh, a rare error. Boy, Tobias played a really good point. He got the ball he wanted, just happened to miss it by a little bit. But nice fighting by Sonia. I mean, she didn't back down. She was there.
Well, they force you to want to hit a great shot. They
Yeah.
don't make a lot of unforced errors.
Yep.
You got to make it good. And Tobias and Thule know that.
Oh, she did it again. We call that Britney Spears. Oops, she did it again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that might be the worst one of the day. Sorry. Wow.
That was a tough one. I don't know that she got a solid hit on that.
I don't think she hit it
A
very
little bit of a
solid.
tough ball for him to get.
Yeah, he was in the right spot. If he'd driven it, it would have been a different story. Oh, good eye, Chase.
Oh, man. You don't see that too often.
But
That
again,
was a lucky break.
Yep, but again, it was a nice serve, a little bit closer to Tobias. That he just couldn't quite extend quite enough on.
Sometimes it's just your day.
Okay, one serving three.
All right,
Very nice
Tobias,
serve.
as you might remember, struggled a little bit in his last service game, getting his first serve in play. Off to a good start here.
Yep. It was a long struggling game, but they got through it. And he starts out with a good solid serve to start this one. Oh boy, was that impressive serve.
Again, Dan, go ahead and say it.
You're the
Into
greatest.
the body.
You're the greatest.
Well,
Sue?
yeah, after that. That's how we usually start everything. Into the body.
Yep.
And
that's
Sue,
just-
you're great.
Great point.
Go over, Kevin. Did it go over, Kevin? Okay, thanks.
Okay, 40 love a pretty routine serving game. He's got a little bit of his rhythm back. Getting that first serve in the game probably gave him a little confidence. I think he's got that shot.
Yeah, I think he does. That was good anticipation.
Yeah.
Certainly hit that with a lot of confidence.
Good serving by Tobias.
You know, we're here with the crowd at White Bear Lake Lifetime. The crowds have been fabulous this week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Started off with a local celebrity, Lindsay Whalen, played with Clay Sollenberger, and brought a lot of people out here and kind of started us off. People fall in love with the tournament. Continue here. Just as a testament to all the people, we've served over 220 brats, 100 hot dogs, 400 beers, just a ton of apple donuts. A lot of fun things out here. It's been a great weekend.
Yeah, and the players have come from, across the country. We mentioned Imka, who comes back every year now. She's been away from the Twin Cities for, I think, 6 years now. She still comes back every year. We had one of our Masters former champions. He flew to South Carolina for a basketball championship where he finished second, and then flew right back to Minneapolis to play his match on Saturday morning. He's from Illinois, so came up and played the match on Thursday, flew down to South Carolina, played his basketball, came back and played again on Saturday morning. It's just great. We've had Also, two couples this weekend who are celebrating their honeymoons who got married in the past week. Bob and Elizabeth in the Grandmasters, and our finalist in the Masters, Sierra and Chris. So a lot of great stories. Oh, great effort. That was a great lob by Thule.
You know, we were talking in the first match about how effective a lob can be. Sometimes people think a lob is only defensive. It can really set your team up to go on the offense, and that was just a great example by Thule.
Oh, that's a good ball. That was actually a pretty good volley by Chase to push him back deep, but Tobias was up to the challenge. Well, I was lucky when I was growing up, and I played at a club called Minnetonka Tennis Club that maybe some of you played. And it was built in 1965, and the lights were very low. So when you lobbed at Minnetonka Tennis Club, you had to hit offensive lobs, even when you were in a defensive situation. And I think I've been known to be a pretty good lobber, and I attribute that a lot to growing up and playing that club and really teaching me how to lob effectively. Boy, Thule just hit a great return, and Chase hit a better half volley. So back to that last point, just if you're going to practice your lob, practice the offensive low lobs. Pretend the ceiling is 15 feet lower than it is, and it can be a really effective shot, as we've seen today at every level.
Here it is again.
Now look at that play. They did a really nice job to push Chase back, and Thule hit the ball deep right back at him after he had to move by a lot, and then he put him in an awkward situation.
Yeah, great lob by Tobias. That was perfect. That was right on cue.
Yep.
I wonder if you heard us, Dan. Probably not.
Probably not. But again, sometimes going away from a player, especially one that moves well. Boy, that's a really good statement game by them. A lot of balls in play. No errors. Put the pressure on the serving team.
Okay, again, let's watch for these first serves. Critical. Critical too in setting up Tobias. Perfect example. Do you think they heard us on that as well?
I think maybe they're just good. And probably smarter than we are.
There is that.
Again, just a nice change of pace serve, and I think we're seeing possibly a little momentum shift here.
Well, again, they just need to get this set to pull it even for the
Yeah.
tiebreak. Just can't emphasize that enough.
Nice body serve. Really good follow-up game after breaking, a strong server like Chase. So it's much easier to hold serve when you only have to hit the serve. And again, they weren't really huge, big serves, but 3 serve return errors. You know, that's a key 5 minutes of the match potentially.
Well, you were talking earlier about how important momentum is, Dan.
Yeah, it's just that intangible. You just can't put your finger on it. Just kind of shifts sometimes. That human condition that, you know, you just kind of try to maintain it as often as possible. I had a coach once who really stressed that every point is a momentum point. Every single one you play. Whether you lost the point before or you won it. If it's 30 love, that's a momentum point. You want to make it 40 love, so play it like it's an important point. You know, if you're down 4-0, we want to win this next game to make it 1-4 and get the momentum back. And the same thing, if you're up 4-0, you know, keep your foot on the gas.
Well, and as you pointed out, you know, there's no time clock.
Yeah.
You got to win it. You're never out of it. So stay in it. So easy to get discouraged sometimes. But wow, the power of just staying in it, encouraging each other, thinking about ways to adapt and adjust a little bit.
Exactly.
And they've done it. So this is exciting to watch.
Yep.
It'll be fun to see what happens these next 2 games.
Yep. So Sonia had some challenges her last serving game. So let's see if she can put it together like Thule did on hers with Tobias. Boy, she hit that serve well though. Barely missed it. Oh. Boy, he was there, and he still couldn't handle the quality of Sonia's forehand. So I look up at the sun after that serve. Ooh. Good return. I think if Chase had done his fake volley like he did at the end of that last game, or that a couple games ago, that one might have gone a little bit long. Oh, good ball.
Is that Thule's partner? I think it is. Forget it.
No idea. Yeah, good game. Actually, I'm correcting myself. I think Sonia won her last serving game.
Confident return.
Yeah, the last serving game that Sonia, she actually held. I was definitely incorrect. Thanks for not saying it on air, Sue, but you gave me that look. That was the one where they came back from behind, I believe, and Chase whiffed that volley for the game point. No. Good shot. I think Thule hit that a little bit closer to her body that time. It wasn't quite as wide as the ones earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive serve of that out. Okay. 3-4 deuce. In the old days, was this Michelob Light time?
He was
Bummer.
there.
He was there. Good serve. Good move.
Well, as all the tennis players out there know, looks easy. It's not always.
Yep. Especially when you know you got to do it against Tobias and Thule. It's like
Right.
everything's got to be that much better. Okay, this. Bummer. From Chase and Sonia's perspective, but there's pressure at a good serve. And now we're Tobias serving 5-3. Serve out the second set.
God, it's really true. When your coach is telling you, get your first serve in doubles, they're not kidding.
Especially on break point against. You don't want to have to hit a second serve if possible. Nice defense by Sonia there to get one more ball back in play. I think Tobias and Thule earned this game. Very nice point. Chase had a little bit of a weak return and tried to come in, and Tobias and Thule took advantage of that.
I'm surprised that Tobias backs up and takes those on a bounce instead of closing in and volleying those, but he wants that ground stroke, doesn't he?
A double fault. Boy, what a great serve after a double fault.
You know, sometimes people double fault, get a little shaky, kind of slow their racket head speed down. Not there. Tobias, confident, goes for it, and is able to execute.
Oh, good point.
Thule had his play on that too, decided to give that to Tobias. He was able to put it away.
Okay, we have a set point here, Sue. What's your gut telling you?
I'm going to say the server's going to hold. How about you, Dan?
He's going to hit a pretty darn good serve. And we have a third set tiebreaker.
Once again, I feel like he heard us. Here we go. Here's the super tiebreaker we were talking about that's going to decide the Open Championship.
Yep.
Doesn't get better than this here at White Bear Lake.
I think given this
Lifetime.
year's event, this is a very apropos way to end it.
Agreed.
A lot of great tiebreakers, a lot of upsets and tiebreakers. As I mentioned, Tobias and Tooley, they were actually behind in their tiebreaker, 8-7.
No, what round was that, Dan?
That was in the quarterfinals.
No
It
kidding.
might have been, actually been the round before that. But they came back and played 3 really good points and earned that really tough win against a couple of our high school players.
Well, we talked earlier about how they're veteran players, veteran tournament players, collegiate players, Pine Tree players, and it pays off to have the confidence and the experience playing.
Yep, and just the experience to play but not overplay, and to trust yourself to just execute under the pressures of the moment.
And as you said, there were a lot of close matches, a lot of upsets in this tournament. A lot of the matches came down to the third set 10-point tiebreak.
Yep, it's going to be hopefully a good show. One of the things about a 10-point versus a 7-point is there's a little more margin for error for the players to, maybe have a bad point or two. We're in a 7-point tiebreaker. You really have to play every point, but momentum-wise, you can't get too far behind.
And Dan, how big? Oh, excuse me, Dan.
Yep, go ahead.
How big of a difference does it make? How did they switch sides here at this 10-point? Is there much difference having this sunny side first for Tobias and Tooley?
It depends which tiebreaker system they're using. There has not been continuity in the event. I think the players decided, for example, the Grandmasters Finals, they played what's called a Coleman tiebreaker.
Well, we'll see what
they were switching every point, but they're going to play a regular tiebreaker. So yeah, I think in a 10-point, in some way it works to your advantage if you can get through it tied. If you can get through this 3-3 or even up 4-2, and force your opponents to play the points deeper in the tiebreaker on that side. But conversely, later in the tiebreaker, they're going to be back on that side, so it's just tough. That's one of the reasons they've gone to the Coleman tiebreaker a little bit more. So it plays more like a set, so you're serving on the same side for this whole tiebreaker. Oh, that was close. Okay, 1-all. So you're going to go on a limb, Sue, or are you going to make a prediction here? I think I really don't have a sense who's going to win, but I think it's going to be a 10-8, 11-9, 12-10 type situation, the way the match has gone.
I agree. It'd be a fitting end, for sure.
Maybe 18-16, go back to Wimbledon 1980.
Could be. Of course, those were games, not points, but nonetheless.
No, the McEnroe board. 4-set tiebreaker.
You are going back.
I'm going way back. We're old enough to remember that. Oh, that's a nice return.
Great return. But almost handled by Sonia.
Yep.
Just hits the net cord. Great pickup that she had there.
Okay. Okay, it's 1-3.
Mm-hmm.
Barely missed that serve. Boy, what a... Tobias is staying home a little bit more now.
Yes.
And Thule's hitting a little bit more right at Sonia versus hitting that ball a little bit wider.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a nice adjustment they made to take away Sonia's favorite shot.
It's so important to make these small adjustments, to talk with your partner, know what's going on, and be able to make these small adjustments.
Okay, to come out of the sun side up 5-1. Is this like Vegas where we can make a second bet now? Yeah, those were 6 pretty good points they played.
But, you know, amazing that they can all come out and play this level of tennis when I don't think any of them are dedicated full-time to working out and playing.
No,
just
not at all.
amazing tennis here.
And not only to keep the timing and everything. It's also just the wear and tear on your body playing this many matches when you haven't been playing, mentally and physically.
Exactly, especially when it's been so hot.
Boy, that's a really nice serve.
That's a tough serve. There was a point in the match where Thule and Tobias were having some trouble getting their serves in play. Not now.
Yep.
Not now.
So it's a pretty... Given the match dynamics, this is a pretty big hole. Chase has to win both these points with Tobias serving next. He's got it. Oh, what a point. What a get.
Tobias asking the crowd that baseline shot was in. They confirm it.
Nice body serve. Okay, 6-3.
Well, Dan, like you said, critical that he won those both. He did.
Yep.
Trying to keep it close.
And again, I think this is then the third key to keep it going. You know, Tobias serving to Chase at 6-3. If it's an important point for both from a momentum standpoint. Oh, good point. Good serve, good ball right between them. Makes it 7-3 instead of 6-4. Very well played. Oh, wow. Wow. I think we're officially seeing their A+ game. That was superb. Okay. 3 serving 8. They'll play one more point on this side, then they'll switch again. think that might have just been...
Tough sun, nerves.
Yep. But again, as we talked about with momentum, with the match dynamics here, especially in mixed doubles, it's sure they're down 9-3 and it's a big hole, but
well, like you said, Dan, the clock's not going to run out.
yeah, if you can just maybe get
You
one,
have to win it.
just have belief and get one point. I think try to play a good point, make them try to serve it out. Good ball. I think that was a good play by Tooley. Chase is an aggressive player. Still made him hit a difficult volley. Okay, match dynamics here. Granted, it's 9-5. But Tooley serving in with the sun in her face. If they could happen to get these 2 points, Chase is serving right after that. So that strange momentum thing.
Again, there's no clock.
No clock.
Gotta win it.
But Tooley and Tobias are pretty darn solid. Wow. Another match point. Okay,
Dan,
9-6.
as you predicted, yeah.
Yep.
Not as you predicted, but as you were talking
Well,
about, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're that far behind, you loosen up a little bit, and you just feel a little bit freer. And you know, they played a couple really good points there, so they're within striking distance. Okay. 7. Okay, this is getting a little interesting. Second serve. Boy, was that a nice body second serve.
And Dan,
Okay.
you can hear a pin drop when he's getting ready to serve.
Yeah.
I mean, this place
Yeah.
is dead silent during the service motion. It's amazing. People are on the edge of their seat.
The sun just came out through the clouds, so 9 serving 8. They'll switch sides after this point if Chase and Sonia win it. Oh my gosh. What?
You know, a fitting end to the Pine Tree Apple Tennis Classic this year. It's been a great, close tournament, And here we
Yeah.
are.
And I don't think maybe people appreciate how hard it is after hitting a serve with the sun in your eyes to come in and still execute a volley on a pretty darn good return. So,
You know, here it is again. Dan Shannon talking about the momentum shift.
not. Who said it might be 11-9? Oh, wow. What a return, though. That was a pretty high quality serve that she was able to hit a
Yeah,
really
great
good deep
return.
lob on. How far were they down? 9-2, 9-3. Match point for Sonia and Chase. Oh, good point. Good return. Good point, everybody.
And again, looks easy, but not under pressure.
Not at
Great
all.
execution and confidence. Not easy.
I think it's really important for Sonia to get her first serve in at this point. Both so she doesn't have to hit a second serve and to not let Dooley get a look at a second serve.
Oh my.
Good play.
Wow, that is
almost
incredible
like the first point of the match.
anticipation. What'd you say?
That was almost like the first point of the match.
Oh, incredible. Great point. Can't believe that Sonia's shot hit the net post
Yeah.
there and pulled that shot in to keep the point
Yeah,
going.
that was going out by
Oh my
a
gosh,
good
incredible
margin.
excitement here at Lifetime White Bear Lake.
And that was the first time Tobias has gone in a long time. So, you know,
Great read on his part.
the adapting by not going until a key point like that. That's just a great move. Okay, match point for Dooley and Tobias now. Oh, what a match. What a match.
Incredible match. Incredible
Well
match.
done. Well done.
Boy, you just hate to see anybody lose that. That is
Yes.
what a great match.
I think that's a really nice.
We're
nice
lucky to have
end.
seen that. I hope you
Yep.
all stayed with us.
Yes, a really nice final. That's for sure. Really, congratulations to all the players. It was really fun to watch.
We just want to thank you so much for joining us here on SCC TV for the
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen.
39th
ceremony will
annual
begin
Pine Tree Tennis
momentarily.
Classic. We just saw great tennis here today, so we hope to see you out here next year. And remember that you can still donate if you just enjoyed watching that so much along with me and Dan. Pete,
For the event. And we will see you next year.
bye-bye.
Bye.